Can I ask if there are any other participants who might be outside, if we can respectfully request them to join us and that we settle down. The esteemed leaders gathered here at the invitation of the Minister and the esteemed guests invited, Honorable Minister, your Deputy, I see the Executive Mayor of the City of Johannesburg, I see Minister of Human Settlement. I will, but today I'm told they are deministered, some of them. They are coming as representatives of political parties. My name is Somadoda Fikeni. I'm going to be directing the program today, and I'm just waiting for a signal to the people who are assisting that, yes, indeed, we can now begin. As it were, we all know, whether from the pronouncement of the Minister or from the gazetting process or the previous consultations on the white paper on local government, that indeed we have this process. We equally know that local government is the level of government closest to the people. And that is where most of the interface with citizens is taking place. That is where people feel the quality of democracy and the dignity of being in a constitutional democracy. And that in itself, also we do have the priority of this administration, which is the strengthening of our local government. But for us to begin formally this program, I'll ask every one of us to stand still, if you can, so that we sing our national anthem. And I'm sure
Oh
be seated. There are two very important things for any nation to have a sense of nationhood. Its national anthem and its constitution, as well as a flag. So the singing of the anthem, we should make it a tradition in our municipalities, in our different meetings, because it's our joint collective prayer for a sense of who we are and who we want to be. So thanks for that. Without any waste of time, we will move on, knowing that we are in a very serious business, looking at what is the Achilles heel of our government, local government. That's where most of the challenges are. That's why Minister saw it fit, Deputy Minister and the department, to bring in even the Auditor General into the room, who has always been giving you X-ray diagnosis every year. Your lungs are getting dark, but you keep smoking. Your ribs are broken, but you refuse to go to the doctor. Your liver is swelling, you keep drinking. So we've brought the doctor today who has been doing all those diagnostics, so that we can see and listen if you want to take this prescription after the examination. And we're hoping that we've brought in all political parties, because in a constitutional democracy, it's a must that you must get all the voices into the process. I'm hoping that as we make input, the issue of mutual respect, knowing that even if you're raising a point contrary to the other person, will be the hallmark of this meeting to show the nation the level of maturity, political maturity, and the appreciation of the grave challenges that local government is facing. Each time you raise an issue, even against those who raise a different issue, we must always leave room for them to retrieve their dignity. That is key, because it will show us how you treat your constituencies, how you treat people in your various municipalities. It starts with how you treat each other collegially. And also, if you do have a phone that tends to be temperamental, put it on silence. But if it is those which were bought before they understood the airplane mode or silence, it's okay to remove a battery. You'll reunite it later. You will reunite it later. Every household at a given time has a landlord and a host. Before you settle in any place, you normally want that voice of the host to come in the truly African tradition to welcome you. And it is my honor to invite Councillor Sello Enoch Morero. I do know that in the media, that other nickname has overtaken all these other names that are in your ID. Let's put our hands together for the Executive Mayor of the City of Johannesburg.
Perhaps let me start by acknowledging and greeting the Minister, Minister Hlabisa, Deputy Minister Dixon Masemula, Deputy Minister Kamashe in his absentia, and of course greetings to the Auditor General, Mr. Kani Maluleke. To all parties present, you are all welcome to Johannesburg. This is the Joburg we envisaged, a Joburg that we believe will be turned around into what we call a world-class African city. So you are all welcomed once more. The history of local government is a fascinating story. Not everyone is familiar with this history. And as the people of Johannesburg, we are honored to welcome every delegate to this dialogue. This is an important dialogue, and we are happy to be chosen the host city for this dialogue. It could have certainly went to KwaZulu-Natal, but it is here, and thank you, Minister, for the decision to host it in Johannesburg. Minister, or Honorable Minister, you have declared this dialogue as an engagement with political parties. But it is also pleasing that efforts are made to engage with parties. And I'm glad that the Auditor General is part of this dialogue, and this will help us in placing local government as a sphere of government that is closer to the people. And as a result, we must be outcome-driven in everything we do. And we can no longer implement IDPs and budgets that are paper-driven. We must serve the people of South Africa. Fellow political parties present here, the political home that placed me on this seat led the process of transitional local government. And for us, it made it clear that, I quote, local government should actively promote the processes of sustainable and participatory community development. Local government should address unemployment and poverty through local economic development and promotion of informal sector activities. In particular, local government should take steps to protect the interests of the poor through appropriate forms of tenure, housing, and access to employment opportunities, close quote. This was declared in 1992 May as part of the Ready to Govern policy guidelines for democratic South Africa. I thought it was important to reflect on the Ready to Govern document precisely because it addresses at its center what local government should be doing. As we discuss and map a new journey for developmental and capable local government in South Africa, we must not forget that we are here to serve. Our path must be developmental in nature. Our solution must solve complex local government problems. Therefore, Program Director, I would like to welcome everyone to the city of Johannesburg, and I wish you luck and success in all your deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that brief, concise welcome. The Executive Mayor of the City of Johannesburg. We start on a very good note, lost and found, to show that ethical leadership is returning. An ID was lost. Just like I left my own driver's license at home this morning, and it has been retrieved, and you can go collect it in the right spot a person who had an ID and is lost, you will check. We will also do few biometric tests to see if you are the person in the ID. As we now bring in to the stage the person who in a space of 1 year has been shaking vigorously the three to make sure that some change comes. He's not pretentious, he's very simply straightforward, direct, practical. And that in itself, I think, is a very important attribute. As we are calling the next speaker, I want to remind members and those who were not present at the launch of the white paper near Benoni. I said,
hello, Studio 9,
two
Midrand
cancers that have visited our country have destroyed everything.
Yeah, the program has started.
The list
If you can just give me the audience, not the...
and the tenders.
I want to read for headlines.
But the program
If
has
you
started.
were to
and
just
the
remove those
person
two
speaking
things,
on the podium.
Yes, I'm saying for...
we would just be growing the economy at 6% and so forth, because those, the
what time
offsprings
will
of
that be?
those is corruption and patronage.
Okay.
Okay.
Each time a person is sitting is thinking, where will I be in the list? The regional, the BGM, or something like that. Once that comes and you hear that there is election next year, people get possessed by spirits we
Studio 9
can't
Midrand
quite
calling?
understand. You thought a person, you knew a person. So I want us, as
No, it's
we engage in
Studio
this
9
process,
Midrand calling?
not to think of elections, not to think of the
You're not
list
talking?
and where am I located, but to think like visionary leaders. You plant a tree and you know this tree will take maybe 20 years to grow, but future generations will sit under this tree. That's the spirit that we should have. And we think of this country as one boat. It doesn't matter if it is leaking in that corner of the ANC
Yeah, I've
or
been
that
calling
corner
on
of the
comms.
DA,
Nobody's responding.
EFF,
Are you
MK,
guys still getting our program
Patriotic,
sound? Are you guys still getting my comms?
Alliance, or it is Action SA, we're all in
Thank
the
you.
boat. If it sinks, it will sink for all of us. So we are here in this process to see how we redeem ourselves as this generation, because tomorrow employment figures will be released again, the youth will still be unemployed and many other people. But if we take a stand and say, here but not any further, let us be the last cohort of leaders who will be remembered for having lived for themselves. That being said, I will now call upon, for opening address and purpose of engagement, Minister Velenkosini Hlabisa. Let's put our hands together for the Minister. Thank you.
Thank you very much, our program director, Professor Somadoda Figeni. Greetings to the Honorable Deputy Minister, Dr. Masemula, the Executive Mayor of the City of Johannesburg, Councillor Morero, greetings to our Auditor General, Tsakani Maluleke, our senior managers in the public sector, the various representatives from political parties, all colleagues, the advisors who are present, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. We firstly want to apologize in terms of time. We couldn't start on time as we were waiting for other colleagues who had not yet arrived, as we have some few seats at the back. From the onset, I want to start by thanking the leaders of our society for honoring this invitation for an open, deep, and honest discussion on the state of our municipalities. It is an honor to welcome you all to this dialogue on the review of the white paper on local government. The purpose of this gathering today is not to make firm decisions today, but to give you, as representatives of political parties across our local government structures, an opportunity to engage in the review of the local government system and share your insights and perspectives. As we embark on this critical process, we recognize the crucial role that political parties play in shaping the future of our local government system. All the 257 municipalities in South Africa are governed by political parties either through majority or coalition governments. We therefore recognize the central role played by political parties, and that is why we value the input and participation of political parties, and looking forward to hearing your thoughts on how we can improve the white paper on local government. Local government is where policies become services, promises become infrastructure, and governance become tangible. Local government is at the coalface of service delivery and the closest to the people. It is the sphere that must be strengthened in terms of human resource, capacitated in terms of capabilities, and be made financially resourced so as to focus on maximum service delivery. Colleagues, as leaders of political parties, we know better the state of the most of our municipalities, which leaves much to be desired. We also know that the public holds the opinion that the majority of municipalities are not doing well. It is true that there are municipalities that are doing well, even if it may not be said excellent. Unfortunately, these few well-performing municipalities are overshadowed by the majority that is not doing well. Year after year, the audit outcomes show that few municipalities get a clean bill. There is a heavy reliance on consultants when it comes to the compilation of the annual financial statements, yet many municipalities end up with bad results on audit outcome to an extent of disclaimers and adverse outcomes. A number of municipalities constantly fail to spend MIC and other grants allocation. Some of our municipalities are not viable as they have no revenue base for collection. As a result, they are classified as distressed, and some of them are literally bankrupt. Sometimes they are unable to pay salaries or the third parties for pensions and medical aids. Challenges facing our municipalities are historical. Some are structural and some are systematic. The geographical locations and the funding model are at the heart of the challenges in most of our municipalities. That is why our engagement throughout the process of review, one size fits all, will not be a solution. A differentiated approach will have to be adopted when we explore the best way of making our municipalities to be functional and fit for purpose. We need to adopt a style where our municipalities will be run like businesses. But to do so, we need to make bold and new approach on structuring, funding, and remuneration of councillors. Because if our councillors are paid peanuts, they will spend most of their time on other jobs and only pay lip service as councillors. The issue of the remuneration of councillors should be a matter that must be engaged. Again, the issue of the MMs and Section 56 employees, if you want to attract them to deep rural municipalities, there should be a discussion that in order to attract competent engineers, competent accountants, and competent MMs from big cities to deep rural municipalities, the remuneration must compensate those people so that they can be eager to go and serve our rural municipalities. When we review the white paper, these are the few issues which we must engage honestly and come up with recommendations. The role of the traditional and Khoisan leaders in the local government space must be a subject that we must engage to ensure that there is a maximum participation and contribution of the traditional and Khoisan leaders to advance democracy and service delivery in our country. COGTA officially launched the review of the white paper on local government under the theme, every municipality must work, a call to collective action, and this was done in the month of April. The event was attended by more than 300 delegates representing the cabinet, the parliament, political parties, provincial executive, National House of Traditional and Khoisan leaders, provincial houses of traditional leaders, metropolitan municipalities, district municipalities, local government sphere, state institutions and public entities, the organized business, organized labor, civil society, research organizations, and media. This was an all-inclusive launch to engage all our structures in the process. The launch marked the beginning of an inclusive and participatory policy reform process designed for a modern and a well-fit-for-purpose local government system. We decided today to take a further step to directly call political parties, because when we did a launch, we didn't allow you an opportunity to make your contributions, to inform the process. This dialogue, therefore, is an important opportunity for all of us with political parties to come together and share our perspectives on the future of local government. We look forward to hearing your thoughts and ideas and to working together to build a better future for all South Africans. As I conclude, I would like to emphasize that your participation and contributions are crucial to the success of the review of the white paper. The questions that we must engage is why the situation is like this in our municipalities. To fix our municipalities, what needs to be done, when, and by whom, in order to have municipalities that are fit for purpose. Beyond today, all political parties and other stakeholders have up to the closing date of 30 June 2025, which is Monday next week, to make substantive submissions. As we review the white paper on local government and reimagine the next 30 years on the local government space, we must be bold for the steps and direction to take. The experiences, lessons, and observations of 27 years must be a good background upon which to build as we review the white paper and fix the gaps and make our local government system work. Building the local government is a make or break. The responsibility is with us to make right choices and correct decisions. Thank you very much, Program Director.
Another round of applause. It's rare even for ministers to call political parties and say, let's come talk. Let's get your input. It's a sign of courage and transparency that we hope could be sustained. I see there it says every municipality must work. I hope we are not reading it as every municipality may work. It's must. That difference is key. Because, you know, in another context, even when they talked of the 10 commandments, they were commandments. The moment they say it's 10 suggestions from some powers above, things went south. So, as we now call upon that lone voice that has been reminding us year in, year out, being part of a constitutional body, very important reflective mirror to see how am I performing for any country. Our systems of governance are generally fine, but it's the agency of those who are driving them. But as we call the next speaker, I'm praying here, summoning and marshalling all the supernatural powers, that those who listen to this presentation be born again to something new this time. They hear it differently, not with those ears that have been unhearing it in the past. Because some people can actively unhear. And they are also looking at it not maliciously, to say this year we dodged the bullet, but to say the audit has assisted us to do what our mandate wants us to do. AG report, it's not for just contract renewal, pay progression, bonus. It is to say, now using this tool, our municipality is doing what it was created to do. That's how we should view it. Let's now put our hands together for our Auditor General, Metsakani Maluleke. Let's put our hands together. Thank you. Let's listen to her with open minds, open hearts, to absorb what is going to come and hear it as if it's new. Not that thick skin to say, last year it was like this, that year it was like that. You see that child who is always beaten at school. They do not even look at their hand. They just give it for beating. This time, take time to pay attention. Thank you. Let's put our hands together.
Thank you very much, Program Director, Prof. Fikeni, for that very kind welcome and introduction. I promise you I don't intend to cause any pain. I don't intend to lash anybody. I also don't want to speak for too long because I do want to respect the fact that Minister Hlabisa, you've called us here so that we could all take the time to dialogue and ensure that the voice of the people that actually lead municipalities is properly heard. And as I greet you, Minister Hlabisa, greeting the Deputy Minister Masemula, the Executive Mayor of Johannesburg, thank you for your welcome, sir. The DG, I think, is online, and the DDGs that are in the room, the leaders of political parties, and the members of political parties, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm greeting from a cold Gauteng this morning. This morning's dialogue is indeed very important because it allows us to truly reflect on what are the barriers that sit between us and the things we hope for. The things we hope for in terms of what's going to make local government work. What's going to make every single municipality work for its citizens. And I do hope that as we dialogue today, we'll start to courageously engage with those things that are barriers. Maybe let me just recap on what it is I do, because I know sometimes I show up as that woman who speaks too much, speaks too fast, and complains all the time. So the Office of the Auditor General has been set out in the Constitution to support democracy by auditing and reporting in a manner that helps achieve a couple of things. One, we've got to help those that are entrusted with running local government institutions do so better. So we've interpreted this to say that through our audit reports and our insights and how we engage, let's help the people that are running local government have some information that helps them get better incrementally. Two, let's help the people that are charged with overseeing the administration of local government do so better. So to what extent are we helping the people in councils do their oversight work even better? Three, let's ensure that through advances in performance and transparency, we help citizens hold their elected officials accountable. That's the primary job of an AG anywhere in the world, and it is so in our country. The law in South Africa, the Public Audit Act in particular, Section 20 requires that when I conduct audits, and I don't do all the audits myself, as you well know, I run an institution that is made up of 4,000 people who conduct audits every single year. Now, Section 20 of the Public Audit Act sets out that when we conduct our audits, we've got to look at three critical things. One, the financial statements. Why is this important? It helps us assess whether or not the information in the financial statements is credible. It's not a tick of judgment on whether you're performing well or not. It's merely to say whoever uses your financial statements, can they believe them? And that's important because those financial statements form the basis on which a council is going to assess how the administration is running. It forms the basis on which a mayor is going to assess how the administration is running their affairs. It's going to form the basis on which citizens assess how their rates and taxes are being deployed. It's also going to inform capital providers on how they're going to rely on what you do. So if you are a municipality and your job is to raise revenue, your customers want to know that you're running the affairs properly. If you are raising money on the capital markets, you're busy borrowing money from other companies or from banks, they also want to make sure that they can rely on the financial statements. So it's important that you have an unqualified opinion on financial statements. It's important that your financial statements be reliable. Otherwise, the people that should be giving you money so you can do the things you want to do, whether it's fixing potholes or fixing your distribution infrastructure for water and electricity, whatever it may be. If you're wanting to raise money from a bank or from anyone else, you best make sure that at the very least, you have got credible financial statements. If you want citizens to at least believe that when you want to increase their rates and taxes, you're going to deploy those funds properly, you best ensure that you have an unqualified audit opinion. The second thing that the Public Audit Act says we must do is look at performance information. What is that about? Maybe sometimes I explain it like this. All we do is we say whether your performance report is credible. So I have a little girl, she goes to school, and every now and again I have to meet with her teacher. And the teacher gives me a report card. And in preparation for that teacher's meeting, I sit and I look at it and I say, hey, maths is going okay, but English is not going so well. Maybe I must get her a tutor for life skills, let's just say, right? I can talk to my child about how she's doing. I can also talk to the teacher about how she's doing. The tick of the Auditor General on your performance report is not saying you are an A student. it is saying you can rely on the performance report. That's what it is. Surely that's important, right? You want to be able to say to your residents, okay, I didn't do everything I said I was going to do, but you can believe that what I'm telling you I've done is correct. And that's important for accountability and for transparency and for citizens to trust you. The third aspect we look at is compliance. Compliance with the rule of law. Compliance with the key laws and regulations that govern how finances and performance management should be run. Now that's important. Citizens want to know that the people that they have entrusted with running public institutions on their behalf respect the rule of law. It's also important because as politicians, you set rules about how procurement must happen, for example. You want to make sure that the people implementing those laws at least have a healthy regard to operate within the rule of law. So that's what a clean audit is about. Somebody who has operated within the rule of law, somebody who has a credible performance report, that report card is credible, and somebody who has got credible financial statements that can be relied upon. I always say to people, those are the basics we should expect from every single public institution. Because actually, if you're not getting a clean audit, or at least striving to attain a clean audit, it says the most unflattering things about your tendency to operate within the rule of law. Make sure that you are driving proper performance management and accountability for performance, and that you are transparent about how you've deployed public funds. So these things are important, and I'm glad Prof. Fikeni begs you to please listen to our audit messages. I'm hoping to appeal to you today to say, when we give these audit outcomes, look beyond the colors of the green and the yellow and the purple, but understand what it tells you about the state of management, the state of stewardship in that institution. So we have to audit everyone every single year, and then we give these audit reports. At the Office of the AG, because we've been seized with trying to make sure that the people that run government have a better appreciation of how things are going, and they can link the debits and credits, the performance report, the compliance issues to service delivery things that are important to you, especially as political parties. We have worked extremely hard to create that link so that we can no longer have anybody credibly tell us that, well, you know, it's okay to have a disclaimer because our people don't eat clean audits. People used to say that. They don't say that anymore, ne? I don't hear it anymore. And it tells me that we are winning in terms of helping people understand that the dysfunction that leads to a disclaimer of audit opinion is the same dysfunction that leads to wastewater treatment plants that are in disrepair. The dysfunction that leads to a disclaimer or an adverse audit opinion is the same disclaimer that leads to infrastructure that goes unmaintained, leading to service delivery problems. Dysfunction at the governance level within an institution, such as a municipality, leads to real financial loss. Capital providers, because metros and especially are structured such that they are institutions that must collaborate and cooperate with the private sector, either because they are raising funding or because they are actually getting the local economic development trajectory happenings through capital investment by others. It's important that these things happen in an environment where you are trusted as the people that are running municipalities. Absolutely crucial. So let me just recap a little bit on what it is we've seen through MFMA 2024. And you would have heard this when we tabled our report just a couple of weeks ago, so I won't go through too much detail. Our report this time around, you would have noticed, spends a lot of time talking about the accountability ecosystem. We spend a great deal of time interrogating the role that's being played by different players. So yes, we do talk about what the Section 56 managers do, what the MM does, what the internal auditors do, what the audit committee does. We do spend time on that. But more and more, we've realized that if you look at the governance arrangements of a municipality, you must equally worry about the mayor. Ask critical questions about whether or not the mayor is doing his or her job as provided for in the law, in the design of how a municipality should function. So you'll see that our report spends a great deal of time elaborating on key issues about, well, does the mayor actually take charge of monitoring how a budget is being implemented? Because Section 54 of the MSA says that they must. Does the mayor take into account the quarterly performance report that comes from the city manager and make adjustments as the case may be? Do they use that report to good effect to drive accountability for performance so that the promises made to citizens are actually met? We look at the role of council as a whole in terms of dealing with oversight matters, but interestingly, this time we spent a bit of time looking at the role of the speaker. And the key question we've been asking around the role of the speaker is, well, if we look at the aspirations of the 1998 White Paper on Local Government, if we look at what's sitting in the Municipal Systems Act, we observe that there is a particular responsibility placed on the speaker to drive the citizen engagement process when they compile the IDP, as well as the SDP. They've got to take into account the needs and wants of citizens in that particular municipality. And so we then keep asking ourselves the question, to what extent are the speakers fulfilling that particular duty? Because if they were, I wonder if we would see the type of IDPs we see. Because frankly, some of them are cut and paste, jobs done by consultants. We wonder, if the white paper from 1998 says that when performance planning is being done, when the IDP and the SDP are being done, there must be proper engagement with all of the stakeholders of a municipality. And then the white paper clarifies who these stakeholders are. And yes, it's residents, and they say you must go and engage with the wards. And many speakers can tick that box very easily. They show you the attendance records of the ward committee meetings. But it also says they must engage with business. And because I'm curious about these things, we didn't audit this part. I looked at it because I'm curious. What I found that most metros, not all, most metros, do not document how they're engaging with business. It suggests to me that they are not. Maybe you can ask the question as political parties, do you have in the municipalities, or are you deploying into municipalities mayors and speakers that are up to the task of engaging properly with business, making promises that are likely to be fulfilled, winning the confidence of business and capital providers, and being seen to be accountable and transparent by all of their stakeholders? Only you can answer that question. I can only ask it, and I ask it boldly because the white paper from 1998 sets those things out. And Honorable Minister, as we are thinking about this review, and this is really the upshot what I wanted to share today, as we're thinking about reviewing the white paper on local government, I urge us to engage courageously on what are these barriers. Because when I read the 1998 white paper, and I did it personally through the holidays, and then I asked my team to also look at it. Because we forget, you see. Sometimes we forget. And I said, everybody go back and read this white paper. And the team came back to me and they said, you know, if only the 1998 white paper had been implemented, we would not be here today. So the question I want to ask is, what are these barriers that stand between us and doing the things that are in the current white paper? Because if we do not confront them, the review process into a new white paper will lead us into a space where we currently are anyway. The review document, the discussion document that was released for comment by the National Minister of COGTA, is a fantastic document. It sets out credibly an analysis of what the real issues are. It asks critical questions of all of us to answer, and I do invite every single political party to engage with that document. It's well written, it's articulate, it sets out all the key issues. I could not find anything missing. And there are some interesting additions about thinking about the resilience of institutions, especially as we're dealing with growing pressures and growing uncertainty where we operate, right? So I think that's important. So it's important that we engage with that process. I just want to put on the table that our reflection as an audit office is this. The 1998 white paper was fantastic. It's good to review it, but that must be followed with a very bold and courageous assessment and recommitment to implementing it. And implementing it, as I see it, is going to take the political parties genuinely thinking about whom are we deploying to take on the roles and responsibilities in the municipal space. You see, when we audit, often our audit report will talk about the accounting officer. So even when you sit in council, you'll look to the CM and the MM and the CFO, and then MPAC will do a report about MM must do this, and CFO must deal with this, and this HOD must deal with this, and that's all good and well. Today, I want to highlight that these things will only work when mayors are up to the task and are disciplined in implementing that task. This thing will only work if you've got MMCs that are genuinely up to the task. It'll only work if you have speakers that are genuinely up to the task. Often when we issue these outcomes, people will say, well, AG man, tell us about internal audit. How's that going? Why is internal audit not working? Yeah, there are problems with internal audit. Why? Where are the audit committees? Yeah, there are problems with audit committees. Where's MPAC? Yeah, there's problems with MPAC. But here's what I've learned. If you have a city manager that understands the importance of a strong internal audit function and respects the value of a strong internal audit function, they'll make sure it's there. And if you have a mayor that equally understands the value of a strong internal audit function and audit committee function, they'll make sure it's there. And the reverse is true. If you have a speaker that understands the importance of a strong, well-capacitated, disciplined, effective MPAC, they'll make sure it's there. And the reverse is true. Is the problem about training? Sometimes. But we can do many, many training sessions. But for as long as nobody worries about whom they're deploying there in the first place, or making sure that those people have stability of tenure, it is an exercise in futility. Somebody laughed at me when I walked in this morning and they said, AG, you speak with such passion. And then they actually laughed and said, you are so passionate about this stuff. And perhaps this is true. Because I've understood that beyond the debits and credits, beyond the colors of audit outcomes, are real lived experiences that affect me, my children, and their children. It is real issues that stand between us and driving economic growth and job creation and proper participation in our democracy. Beyond the debits and credits are real questions we have to keep answering for ourselves, amongst each other, around how are we going to bring into real experience a local government sphere that works. Maybe the last part I wanted to add to this discourse. In looking at the accountability ecosystem, as the audit office, yes, we looked within the municipality, we looked at the role of council and the mayors and the speakers, but we also equally looked at the role of provincial and national government. And so you would have seen that our audit report and our general report over the last 2.5 years or so has focused a lot on the role of the provincial COGTA, the national COGTA, provincial treasury, national treasury, the legislature, as well as the National Assembly and the NCOP. We've looked very carefully at the role of the Premier and even the role of the President. Why are these things important? The white paper back in 1998 highlighted the need for collaboration, for cooperation, for coordination across all the spheres. When we read even the legislation, we struggle to find the word autonomous. We find the words interdependent. When we read Section 54 of the Constitution, we're very clear. Or 154 of the Constitution, we're very clear about what are the things that need to be done on a regular basis by the other spheres of government. And so, again, we said, you know what, beyond the platitudes, let's just go back and read the legislation and figure out who's not doing what. And so that's why our report this time around talks a lot about, you know, MEC COGTA in every province should be doing a few things. Assessing the performance of every municipality and reporting on that to the legislature. The law provides that every single MEC of COGTA in a province must provide a report into the legislature that says how's every municipality dealing with AG findings every year. So we would ask the simple question, are these reports being done? And quite often they were not being done. We would ask the question, are they being submitted into the legislature? Sometimes they were not, sometimes they were. Then when they get there, we ask the speaker, what are you doing with these reports? And we realized that, for whatever reason, these disciplines had been lost. The white paper in '98 was very clear. The legislation, the MFMA, the Systems Act, the Structures Act were very clear around the obligations and responsibilities that sit with each of the different spheres. For whatever reason, we've tended not to implement them. Once again, we're going to have to keep asking ourselves, what are these barriers to implementation? Because even when we do make amendments in the review process, these barriers will still present themselves unless we are courageous in confronting them. What we've observed is that far too many MECs were unaware that this was their responsibility, and if they did these things, it was a tick box. They would take the IDP and review it through the department because that's what they're supposed to do, but it was a tick box. So we've got to figure out what is it that stands between us and real substantive work on these things. Because the intention of the white paper back in '98 was that performance planning must be done in a coordinated way. The IDP of every municipality must be reviewed by the MEC COGTA and the Premier. Why? So that they can shape the development trajectory for their province. Now, if they do it as a tick box, no wonder we end up with IDPs that make no sense, that give little expression to the real fundamental performance obligations of local government, and are cut and paste jobs because we want to tick the box and say we've done it. The law provides that the MEC must review the performance of local government. Why is that? So that they can see every year how we're doing as a province. Are we hitting the mark? Are we making gains on the development work that we're supposed to deal with? Well, what we see is that work doesn't get done. If it's done, it's a tick box. Again, we're going to have to keep asking ourselves the real question about what is the role of the provinces and how do we give proper effect to it? And how do we hold those in provincial and national government accountable for these things? It can no longer be that a provincial legislature waits for the AG to give a report and act surprised, and now wants to run into oversight mode. The design of the governance arrangements provided for regular reviews, regular engagement, regular action. Let's think carefully about what are these challenges and impediments to real implementation. Program Director, I'm going to ask that I end my remarks at this time. As you know, I'm a woman of few words, haha. But I do this because I know that I've been deliberately straying from my script, but again, because I do feel strongly about this, because I think the time for us to genuinely engage on how we're going to bring into proper implementation mode the things that are important to us has really come. And the urgency with which we've got to do this work faces us every day. When you look at the flood disaster that killed people in the Eastern Cape just recently, we are reminded of the urgency with which we've got to act to build institutions of local government so that there are institutions that do work. Thank you. Ingo.
Where I come from, there is a say, unendlebe nje uvile. That you have ears, you have heard. Wow. If you have not internalized what was said by the AG today, you are not fit to live. Indeed. Because in essence, she is simply saying, one day you will not be a councillor, you will not be a municipal manager, you will not be a mayor, and you will need a functioning municipality. You won't have the money. And you'll remember that one day I ought to have made these taps to work. I ought to have fixed these streets. Can you imagine when you are now in a bakkie and every road is like this and you have broken spine and you say, when I was given a chance, I could have fixed these roads. All of us in the positions we're in, we will not always be there. So, it's not just for the nation, but for yourself. Can you imagine certain people, your mother can't be taken to hospital on time, they have to use what you call it, a ladder to walk them through because the real road is no longer functional. And you are told, had we gotten there faster, this person would be alive. So it's the real issues which are presented to us. But the other message she was saying, leadership. Leadership. We shouldn't confuse occupying a position of authority where you have an organogram, you have a mayoral chain, which I heard recently that they get stolen anyway. If you steal a mayoral chain, what are the chances that you'll perform? It was in the media. And I didn't know where to hide under the tables because nowhere on earth such things happen. You steal your own chain. And the report said one mayor, when they said after the function, can we take the chain, said, no, I'll put it in my office. I'm still looking at it. When are you going to lead when you spend the first 3 years in a state of disbelief that you were made a mayor? You say, I'm still pinching myself. I can't believe. When are you going to do all this work? Looking for people you were in grade R with. You see where I am now. So I think we're bewitched, staggered. So, leadership. Leadership. even if you are a coalition, don't look for the weakest link. Let's get so-and-so because we can manage so-and-so. So a poor soul believes she or he is a mayor only to find that he's been zombified. They can't do nothing. You say, I'm just praying that I'm not removed. A person of that nature can't lead because they are trying to survive and they are also trying to recover from the disbelief that they were made a mayor. It's a miracle. So, I hope we heard. As we prepare to move on, of course, there is this thing called disclaimer. When they say you have a disclaimer, it's more like when you come home after many years of having disappeared to Johannesburg. Family members are called, they say, no, it's not him. We can't be sure it's him. It's when anything you have, they say, we can't even confirm what you say you have, you have. The only thing we can confirm is that money went in. We lost track. GPS is still buffering. Nothing can be confirmed. We do not want to even get ourselves mixed up in this paperwork. No evidence, nothing. That's what disclaimer means. It means I do not want as an AG to associate myself with this thing. That's what it means. If I even touch these papers, I'll get confused. Who then will give you money if that is the situation? As we now move to the next speaker, who is going to present us the essence of this white paper? I'm happy we're going to have this and then take a short, brief break. Because as a person who spent almost 30 years in the higher education, there were student leaders at times who would come late in the meeting when we say, let's postpone the meeting. And when they walk in, they already have their hands up. They do not know what the agenda of what is in the meeting inside is. They do not know that the meeting has been postponed. They have been traveling with this question from home. Even if the question has been answered, there is, I need to do something about this. So I'm hoping we are in a listening session now in a manner that the active listening, it's when you listen to understand, not listen to respond. If you walk into a meeting and you want to respond before you even listen, imagine yourself with that hand walking into a meeting. No matter what they say, I'm going to ask. So we now call upon our Deputy Minister, Dr. Namane Dixon Masemola Tao. The stage is yours. Let's put our hands together.
Well, thank you very much, Prof. Fikeni Somadota Umjoli. Very good morning to our Honorable Minister, Velenkosini Hlabisa, Bulawayo, Of course, in absentia, our colleague Ongamase Uzweliajika, and Tatemukwena, the advisor to the minister, and senior officials from the department who are here this morning, led by Dr. Naidu, and others who are online, including the Director General. Leaders of political parties who are here representing different political organizations in the country. More importantly, your good selves, because you are responsible for the mainstream governance and politics of the Republic of South Africa. This meeting convened here by our minister is extraordinary. I suppose Executive Mayor Mrero of the city of Johannesburg, this meeting has never taken place since 1995 to date in a manner that we were convened here. So it's a historical meeting in my understanding. So you are playing host, Executive Mayor, to a meeting that centuries to come, future citizens of this country, as they study the evolution of local government and governance in this country, they are going to make reference to this confluence of minds, of political parties here today. The AG of the Republic of South Africa, words of greetings to you as well. But before I make the presentation, I just thought that I think there's something very relevant from the Book of Authority. When I woke up this morning, I spoke to my pastor or my priest at home. And I said to him that we are going to be addressing a very difficult meeting. Not that because there will be robust discussions, but it's extraordinary because for the first time, all the parties in this country will be coming together to discuss matters of local government. What is it that I must take to that meeting? And he said to me that I must come here and start by quoting Proverbs 11, verse 14. And it says, open quote, "Where there is no guidance, a people fall, but in abundance of counselorship, there is safety and progress." Close quote. Understandably, all of us seated here this morning, we are called by history, and of course, the man above all of us, to be a generation of leaders that would have to provide socio-economic security for this great nation, on whose behalf we are meeting here to come and have a discussion. Oh, okay. So I was saying we are called upon to come and have this important conversation, Bulawayo, in the interest of social progress and this great nation called South Africa. So I'm going to be taking you through this document, and I'll try as much as I could to gallop over it, because it can take time, but it's not my intention to be very long and too much elaborate in presenting this document, because I suppose that after it was publicized, we had an opportunity to access it, to read, and internalize. So the presentation overview is that it appears on your screens, starting with the purpose, right up to the conclusion of the document. On this slide here, we are saying that the minister was able to put the government gazette through the government processes in April to inform all South Africans that our Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs is going to be embarking on a very serious policy review process on matters of local government. And understandably, all of us have been able to access this document for perusal, engagement and discussions, so that on the third day of the deadline, being the 30th of June, next week Monday, we will have all of us submitted our submissions to the department to concretize, synthesize as we move into the future. This slide that appears on your screens says to us that as we are meeting here to analyze the 1998 white paper, which was adopted by the government of this country and almost 30 years into our democratic government at the local government level, we are sitting at a point when we have about 257 municipalities. And we've got to answer very difficult political questions which we must ask ourselves and therefore answer those questions in the course of making those submissions. We might not answer them here, but we will answer them as we make submissions from our different political parties. And this slide says the founding values of our Constitution in Section 1 of the overarching law of the Republic of South Africa. It talks about the belief system of this country, which its 63 millions are said to be understanding that the democratic South Africa's rule and management is based on the 1996 adopted Constitution. And Section 1 of that Constitution says, as a nation, our sovereignty and our democracy is based on fundamental values and which constitute a belief system. And we must ask ourselves very difficult questions using the lens of local government, the extent to which we are able to utilize this sphere of government to deepen the belief system of this country with regard to non-racialism, non-sexism, the rule of law, democracy, and above them all, the extent to which our national identity management system designated the voter population that through its will gave us a government. So we're going to be discussing this matter on the basis that the voter population of South Africa gave us a non-exclusive political mandate in terms of the governance of this country. And no wonder why this meeting, therefore, is extraordinary, because it must discuss and agree on the future of the Republic. Equally important, as you look at this slide, which says we have got 8 metropolitan municipalities, 44 districts, and 205 municipalities. As we discuss whether they are still relevant or not from what the minister has said, it is important to answer difficult questions. We must say, as we analyze these engines of our economy, from one province to the other, from one locality to the other, what is the contribution of all these centers to the growth domestic product of the Republic of South Africa? The extent to which in their collective existence as entities are able to give us an economy that can be able to carry the social and economic needs of the South African people. 63 million of them are residing in all these entities. And 17 of them carry almost half of the South African population. So as political parties, as you analyze, as you interpret, as you closely discuss your experiences about these municipalities, you must be able to answer those questions. Just to give an example, here in Gauteng, we are very much aware that all the towns and the cities put together, they account for plus or minus 33% to the country's GDP, followed by KZN with almost 16% contribution, Western Cape at 14%, Eastern Cape, Limpopo and Mpumalanga, they all hover around 7%. Their importance, their relevance in the implementation of the macroeconomic development strategy of this country It is the primary mandate and responsibility of these cities and these towns to carry the development and the socio-economic security of our people. So this is what this slide says. And therefore, as you discuss, we must be upfront in looking at those issues. Very importantly, there are already suggestions which are coming through that these municipalities are many, being 257. Some of them are dysfunctional, as the minister has said. Some of them cannot carry the developmental needs and expectations of our country. How do we resolve that question? Do we still need 257 municipalities in their current form? Of course, there are radical proposals that are beginning to emerge, and it is the function of your good selves as political parties to answer that question. Mindful of the fact that we have traveled a journey that took us from 1,000 municipalities to 843 to 284, now 257. Now the biggest question is, moving into the future, what is our understanding and our take? Our intention, therefore, as COGTA through this process is to trigger and stimulate broad political discussions and civic engagement and individual participation of all South Africans as they seek to want to contribute towards a sharpened system of local government that will meet the demands of today, of tomorrow, but equally important, pillars of local government institutions that will carry through the implementation of the macroeconomic strategy of this country. And that discussion has got to continue now from yesterday to date, because change is unavoidable. Reconfiguration, repositioning of this system of government is unavoidable. What becomes very important is the extent to which, through our analysis, our research, we can be in a better position to reshape this sphere of government into the future as we design it for the future generations, but most importantly, to meet our day-to-day demands as the current citizens of this republic. Contextually, therefore, as we discuss these matters, we thought it would be very important to remind all of us that as political parties that are governing every square inch of this country, either exclusively or non-exclusively, collectively or in diverse, but most importantly, in the interest of our people. We are doing so because we have got a constitutional responsibility. And if things don't work wherever we are placed, it does not only negate your party manifestos, but most importantly, it will be the betrayal of the overarching law of the Republic of South Africa that manages the affairs of the 63 million South Africans. And this constitution says we have a local government that is well enshrined in the constitution. In fact, a system of government which is codified in law in terms of Chapter 7 of our country's constitution. When you do work as a councillor coming from any political party, as a political party, when we are managing those entities where we are given a mandate to govern, we are not just managing because of our party constitutions or our party manifestos. We are advancing a system of government that is codified in law, well explained in Chapter 7 of this constitution. Of course, read correspondingly with other chapters of our constitution, Chapter 10, that talks about public service and administration, Chapter 12, that talks to matters of traditional leaders that must be attended to very closely, Chapter 3, that reinforces cooperative governance, where myself and our minister are placed, to make sure that government in its entirety, cooperatively, it impacts the system of government at the local government level quite meaningfully. All these matters put together are a function of political organizations, because we are elected, we are in power, we are in charge, and therefore this constitution reigns supreme to all our endeavors and our work on a daily basis. The National Development Plan of our country, which is a comprehensive development strategy for this country, it has set a trajectory that we should be able to follow, and the extent to which our municipalities are able to contribute towards its realization or its failures or challenges are a function of all of us. We need to, as we discuss this policy, ask ourselves those questions, our contributions towards realization of the objectives as set out in the National Development Plan of our country. Of course, the MDTP as the final point in this context. And this MDTP, this meeting is very appropriate because the medium development plan is not an exclusive development plan of this country influenced by a singular party. All the 10 parties that are together in the government of national unity have agreed on a statement of intent and have aggregated all their party manifestos into the medium-term development plan. And of course, like I've said, seated here, all of us this morning, we are political organizations existing in the Republic of South Africa that are responsible for mainstream governance and the politics of this country. And therefore, the realization of the MDDP becomes and continues to be a responsibility of all of us, and the extent to which this system of government, local government, is able to carry us through these objectives becomes the function of this meeting as we review this policy process. Continuing further with this legal framework, like I've said, that we have a system of government that is codified in law. Comparatively speaking, with many countries on our continent and elsewhere in the world, this slide and the constitutional articulation sets us apart from many countries with regard to the system of local government that we have in the Republic of South Africa. And this one says, the white paper that we are reviewing now for the yet another 30 years of its existence has served as, and I agree with the AG, it has served as the primary policy that drove transformation of local government in the Republic of South Africa for the past almost 30 years. And it remains a resilient policy document that must be adjusted to meet the demands of today as we make it more elastic into the future, so that it can carry the developmental trajectory as articulated in our plans, our strategies, and our initiatives of this country. So all the laws that you see reflecting on the screens, before 1998, including even the MFMA, that law was not there. There was only one law, which was called Local Government Transition Act. And the policy gave birth or made it possible for Parliament to promulgate, to enact all these series of laws that are now today in existence to manage the affairs of the system in a much effective, in a much better way moving into the future. The question therefore is, as we move into the future, unavoidably, we're probably after this process going to have to see many more other laws emerging, because the demands of the system at the moment are calling for tightened policy management, which may result in the enactment of either additional rules, regulations, but most importantly, primary laws in other areas of the system. As we look at this policy process, fellow South Africans, my brothers and sisters, and leaders of parties, because here there are presidents of parties. So for me, I'm honored to be standing before leaders of this nation. Something very extraordinary other countries are unable to meet in the manner in which we are meeting. So we're a great nation. Occasion for greatness. Elsewhere, guns are making it very difficult for people to sit together. But South Africans, because the man above all of us reigns supreme in our endeavors to keep his people together, to make their lives better, here we are today. This slide says, for the past 30 years, local government system in this country through this policy has been very resilient. It has been very resilient because its institutions that were established, local municipalities in cities and towns, in villages, as metros, as districts, in whichever form, including in their organized formation, they withstood the test of time. this policy. It withstood the test of time. National government had to change its macroeconomic strategies on a number of occasions. Okay? In 1994 earlier, we had what was called Reconstruction and Development Program, which was followed by GEAR, and fast forward, it was followed by ASGIZA and GIPSA. It was followed by the Youth Growth Path. Now we are governing this country within the confines of the National Development Plan, and of course, this 7th administration is going to be managed within the confines of the medium-term development plan. All these macroeconomic strategies of our republic have had to be carried by this system of government for the past 30 years. It was never reviewed. It is only now that we're going to be reviewing it. So we must be able to ask questions. What are the fundamental important pillars of this policy that made it possible for it to carry all these different arrangements in the interest of growth and development of the republic? As the AG said, there's nothing wrong with the policy. It could have been levels of implementation, but there are areas of this policy which made certain assumptions which are no longer relevant, which must be adjusted, and no wonder why we're meeting here today. As we look at its resilience, it becomes extremely important. This slide says the vision that was envisioned, as Mayor Morero has said earlier on, that the discussions before 1994, leaders of this great nation who met, coming from all our political parties, through the conventions for a democratic South Africa and their singular, parallel, and collective political discussions, they have agreed on a system of government they envision for the people of this country, nationally, and of course, even at the local government level. They have envisioned a municipal system of government that will be democratic, responsive, that will provide services, ensure proper spatial governance, create conditions for social cohesion, and contribute towards the deepening of the belief system of this country. And therefore, we are saying as COGTA, in taking forward the ideals of the founding leaders of our democratic government, we would want to give South Africans an ideal municipality, not out of favor, but from what we are supposed to do. The AG said, this is the assessment of the state of our municipalities. Many of them are far from being ideal municipalities. How do we create excellent centers of good governance, of effective delivery of services, of efficiency, governance which is based on the will of the people, maximum participation of communities, but above them all, deepen two fundamental things that matters most on matters of local government, which is nothing else but socio-economic development, provision of services, but above them all, deepening of local democracy. How do we make sure that these features, which are a foundational element, or what I could call the policy mainstay, remains concrete features that found expression in our municipal entities that we are managing and running as different political parties wherever we are. From 1995 to date, this slide says is the journey that we have traveled. We planted a seed of local democracy, of local government. Levels of excitement were very high. Development was at its peak. There was maximum cohesion, and other issues were happening which were very positive in the interest of implementing this policy towards developmental local government. It says, this slide therefore, that from 2026 coming this way, the belief system of our country in section 1 of the Constitution says, multi-party democracy is one of the features or the values of the democratic state. So we began to see an emergence of coalition politics at local government level. The actual expression to multi-party democracy at a very different level in a municipal space. What are our experiences of those levels of coalitions? Did they help us to contribute towards deepening good governance, better municipalities, or not? It's not for me standing here to give my own report or views or our findings as COGTA. I have got my own analysis from the position point of our department through State of Local Government report. And I could say in brief that this slide, from that point to date, it gives different understanding. There are good, there are bad things. Some cities are troubled, there's no good governance, parties are forever at loggerheads, at each other's throat, even forgetting the extent of the mandate bestowed upon them by their voters and citizens. And therefore, how do we, moving forward, having experienced or seeing the withering away of good governance, basic delivery of services, but forever confrontational relations of parties at the expense of the people, how do we resolve that situation? It's a matter that you would be able to give proper inputs, account, and therefore shape this situation as we move into the future. This slide says, out of the assessment that we have made, there are all those things that you see of administrative, governance, service delivery, challenges of leadership, and so on and so on. The impact of oversight is not quite felt in our cities, in our towns, in our districts, in the entirety of the system. But most importantly, the policy paper remains very fundamental, and therefore it must not be thrown away. It must be readjusted and be strengthened to deal with those negative matters that have been lifted on the other side of the slide. This one briefly, fellow leaders, it says, from 1998 to date, we have made progress in areas of governance, but unfortunately, as we have deepened local government and governance in particular, there are features which require ourselves as political parties to manage in the interest of our citizens. Just to give an example on this aspect of governance and elections. The people of the country have spoken. The will of the people shall be the determining factor for the form of government as we move into the future. That is part of the belief system of the South African nation, well articulated, like I've said, in Section 1 of our Constitution. But here, you have got two things, which are a function of parties. Inter-party dynamics, where parties are governing together in a coalition, like I said, those relations, sometimes they are not very helpful. That is one part. Secondly, in cases where some parties are exclusively in charge of those entities on them alone, intra-political dynamics equally, which are called factions, they are also destroying the system of government. So the system is troubled from both intra and inter-party politics. How do we deal with these matters as political parties that are responsible for the mainstream political management of this country, including its governance system? Equally important, part of this slide says, we have been able to put Municipal Finance Management Act in place. We have put systems of oversight and accountability, including even putting together municipal public accounts committees, similar to SCOPA in provinces and as well as national parliament. But the biggest question is, when officials in provinces and national go to appear before SCOPAs, a week or a night before, they don't sleep because they know it's not a child's play to appear before those committees. And I can tell you as well, I know it's not an easy process to appear before those committees. But in a municipal space, it's like you are in a kitchen cooking your own nice tea or whatever that you are preparing. They go there, it's nice. We don't feel the efficacy, the efficiency of the public management accounts committees of our municipalities. They are not as they are supposed to be. In fact, in some cases, we are told that they even get told by municipal managers what to write so that the report that goes to council does not implicate or account for the good or the bad things that that entity is doing. And when the AG comes to do an autopsy of their performance, it is always on the negative and there is no progress. The problem there is leadership. Oversight, its quality is not felt. And this slide says we have done well, but there are issues that are competing, negating the good things that we would have been able to achieve at the end of the day. Very briefly, as I move from this slide, one of the issues here says we have got a good system to want to professionalize local government. And Minister of COGTA at some point, together with organized local government. They wanted to deepen that professionalization, to draw a line between politics and as well as an administration. Because of the overreach and the extent to which that element has created problems. Unfortunately, that matter is at another level of judicial management. But be that as it may, the understanding here is, how do we keep the train rails relations between politics and administration, where even at points of interlocking, politicians and administrators can still be able to keep to their lanes in the interest of the system to move forward. In fact, leaders of our parties, there are proposals that are beginning to emerge in managing this dynamic area that says we should consider establishing a government employment agency. A government employment agency for local government senior managers, and take it away from councillors taking decisions to employ their own officials because of related difficulties. The levels of professionalization is compromised at the experience of politics in whichever way. And what also makes it even more difficult here is that it is said that you find a situation where officials in a municipality from a political organizations, they are more senior than the elected councillors in government. When they go to meetings to account and discuss, Masemola is the director for corporate services or technical services in the party. I sit in the senior structures. The man who's supposed to be an MMC to hold me accountable in the party, he does not even come closer to where I am. In the meeting when I'm supposed to account, and I remind him or her that we'll meet sometimes in the afternoon, and I will show you, you don't want to become a councillor anymore. We'll institute a motion of no confidence in you as a ward councillor. You will go home. I am in charge here, in terms of seniority. And the poor councillor pulls back because they are threatened. Now, this is where the train rails relations is needed very seriously. How do we deal with these issues? That's what is just one of the examples of these matters that I'm referring to here. You can be able to interpret, look at the good ones and the bad ones on how do we maximize management of these areas so that the good things that we have achieved as a system remains supreme but also resilient into the future. We negate those bad ones in the interest of progress of the system. This slide, fellow leader, says you have got serious structural and systemic issues inherent in local government. One of those issues is a two-tier system of government. You have got the districts as well as local municipalities. Inherent in that arrangement, there are contradictions. And how do we manage those contradictions? Where there is no maturity, leadership collapses completely. And I normally give examples to colleagues about what I experienced myself during my years as a mayor. Because at that time, there was no proper intergovernmental relations framework. We were just still pathfinders of the system. And I remember in one district where I was then, trying to get mayors together to discuss issues of our common interest. And one mayor had to tell me one day, and he said, Masemola, you know what? On a daily basis, when you are frustrated by your own office, don't call us. You are a mayor, I'm a mayor. There is no mayor who must continue to mayor other mayors. Mayor your own affairs and leave me alone. IGR matters at the extreme of relations, when the system demonstrates the inherent contradictions of the system. Fast forward 30 years from that time to date, those matters have not disappeared. They are still there, colleagues fighting on powers and functions. On my table and that of the minister, there are submissions coming from district mayors asking for powers adjustments. I want this function, that function. My locals are more powerful than me, and so on, and therefore being undermined. So the struggle continues. How do we deal with this aspect from a policy point of view going forward? Revenue collection on the other side. The assumption made in the white paper in 1998 was that municipalities, out of their own revenue collection, they will constitute 90% of their expenditure from their own internal source, out of rates and taxes, and as well as the trading of their municipal services. And grant funding from province and national will constitute 10% of their overall budget expenditure. That assumption, 30 years into democracy, it does not hold anymore, because there are serious problems that the nation and our people are experiencing from employment point of view, economy is underperforming, so there are all sorts of complexities. But most importantly, we need to find a way to strengthen the revenue enhancement of our municipalities. How do we strengthen that aspect? So that our cities, as engines of economy for this country, like I said earlier on, they can carry forward the developmental nature of the country in carrying its macroeconomic strategy. Section 214 of the Constitution says we must come up with a policy process that must facilitate equitable distribution of nationally collected revenue. And that is what the President said we must do. And ourselves, through our ministers, Bulawayo and Umadiba in National Treasury, we are embarking on that process. That process to do what? To address the shortfall that is required to fund local government, so that that money that is so required on an equitable basis, it must be made available for our municipalities. That's one part. The second part is to address what Prof said earlier on, that political parties, as we're meeting here today, fellow South Africans, we are going for elections next year, and you may want to deploy, for instance, the best of your leaders to manage municipal institutions. But it's very difficult, because when you are taken out of parliament or the provincial legislature, people are not very comfortable because of the knock on their whatever that they are able to carry and make their lives a bit better. So they refuse in many instances, most probably. Now the point is, we should be able to discuss this matter with National Treasury and make it a policy matter that funding for councillor allowances, and in fact, that is what the Commission is proposing, that funding for councillor allowances, it must be carried by the national fiscus, so that the money that comes from the internal revenues of those municipalities must be to carry the developmental projects and the interest of their own constituencies. That political matter has got to be discussed between us and National Treasury and the parties that are responsible for this mainstream governance and the politics of this nation, and see how far we can address this matter. SALGA says to us, from their own assessment, that they have got a report that says we need close to 30 to 40 billion rands to deal with the shortfall in the funding of local government. If that money can be secured through implementation of Section 214, it means therefore that into the future, the resources will be more than enough to ensure development of this country. Not forgetting the fact that, for instance, here in Gauteng, as you contribute to 33% of the GDP of the country, the three metros put together, they account for almost 200 billion rands of their budgets. The three of them, Johannesburg, Tshwane, and Ekurhuleni, all their budgets put together. Those are huge sums of monies that must carry the development of this country, but most importantly, not only for their own localities, because they are pillars of the national economy. And therefore, these processes on the review must facilitate that well-prepared leaders must find it very easy to go to local government, because the remuneration will be commensurate to the nature of the work that they are expected to perform, and therefore parties must find it easier to redeploy their leaders from time to time as and when they think already. Of course, other parties have started in preparing for next year. And therefore, we must make it easier for you to land your leaders when voters says you must govern us exclusively or non-exclusively, and therefore together, how do we carry this mandate going forward? We, COGTA, together with National Treasury, through this policy review process on the funding aspect of it, we must prepare for that lending so that the system carry itself into the future. The intergovernmental relations is very important, but above them all, it says we must find a way to mature, to perfect the IGR relations within our own systems, within the confines of the district development model. How do we strengthen intergovernmental relations? Of course, between us and other colleagues in the Government of National Unity, who are in discussions on how do we find each other on common appreciation of the need for strengthened intergovernmental relations, and those discussions are at an advanced stage. They will be concluded probably soon, but at the same time, those inputs must find their way into this white paper so that finally they become concrete policy positions that will govern this system into the future. The last point on the economics of scale is that local government is at the axis of planning, implementation, and development in this country. And therefore, from a funding point of view, an economic development point of view, as we implement the macroeconomic strategy of our country, what are the capacities of our own municipalities? As the AG assesses our expenditure, the Municipal Demarcations Board is supposed to be saying to us now that the assessment on the strength and capacities of our municipalities, the extent to which they can carry this country into the future, this is what is required from a funding point of view to fund infrastructure, maintenance of all what you see and you know from all over the country in your own cities and towns. These matters must be attended to as a matter of agency. And this slide very quickly talks to what the AG earlier on indicated. The State of Local Government report says we have 257 municipalities, 161 of them are on the border of either collapsing or becoming better institutions. So they are at risk, 161 of them. It's only 61 of these municipalities in the country which are said to be having a clean bill of health. And 35 of them are said to be dysfunctional, and 10 of the 35 are said to be worse, dysfunctional. They are dismal. In fact, 2-3 days ago, Bulawayo, just to inform the South Africans here, we received a court instruction, court order, from one of the municipalities in the Free State. The court says, to the extent that you have been unable to do your work, to the extent that you are unable to appreciate the fact that this system is enshrined in the Constitution, and therefore, if you become dysfunctional, what it means is that you are denying citizens what the fundamental values of our Constitution says. Dignity of our people, their basic human rights gets trampled on, because if they don't have better water services, sewer is very bad, runs their streets, they are exposed to health hazards and many other difficulties, and therefore your inability as an institution makes the citizens not to enjoy the basic enshrined rights and human dignity by their own constitution, and therefore you are irresponsible. This is what we are instructing national and provincial government to do. And they have given us that instruction, together with the province of the Free State. A very decisive judicial instruction, which is very welcomed from where we are. But the unfortunate part of it is that it cannot take a court of law to remind political parties that you went to the people to ask for power to govern. Now, in the course of you governing, you are becoming inconsiderate to the extent that you are now reminded by a court order to say you must go and govern. How do you go back there tomorrow and say, I'm around in the township, in the village, I still want to become your friend and your partner as we deepen local democracy? That's what this slide on the state of local government says. So it means things are not okay. We must work hard as parties, because the problems in local government, through an administrative interventions, we might not resolve them. They are a function of political organizations. The parties must be interested in dealing with political issues inherent in their own areas of work. The other side, National Treasury says to us, as it assesses implementation of the MFMA, linked together with the AG's findings, all I could say in brief is that not all is well, as the AG has said. So there's a problem. Much deep-seated problem, which many municipalities can account on their finances, and therefore the professor says, a disclaimer, he described it the way he did. That is the slide, Prof, that talks to what you said earlier on. So it means many of our municipalities are not owned by their own people. People are not excited, not happy about those that they have empowered with responsibility to manage their own local affairs. This one just says, as you come from all over the country, one province to the other, our communities are still suffering from all these sorts of problems, ranging from electricity, water, sewer, safety and security, and many other related issues, including disasters and so on and so on. I think you know these matters better. So you should be able to propose on how, as we strengthen this system, related functions in the system, how do we strengthen some of those matters, like, for instance, disaster management. We were discussing with the minister earlier on, in fact, some few days ago, and we were saying we are overwhelmed by problems of disaster. And it looks like the management policy as it is at the moment of our disaster intervention needs very serious revisit, adjustment in the entirety of government. And how do we build capacity from local to district to provinces so that in moments of storms, of rains, of blizzards, we are able to intervene on time in those affected areas, of course, with the resources that are needed, and the extent to which that system can help us to mobilize private sector participation and be ready on site on a continuous basis. How do we build that capacity in the system and become obligatory from a policy point of view? What do we do with regard to this process? This slide here says, from 1994 to date, each president of our country, from the founding father of our democratic government, President Nelson Mandela, may he so rest in peace, he also believed very strongly that the future of this country in carrying forward the plans of the Republic through provinces requires strong municipalities. He believed that project via liquidity, that municipalities must be financially viable. They must have systems that can carry the developmental plans of the national government. He believed in that. Masakani, he launched it as a campaign to take us forward. President Thabo Mbeki did the same through Integrated Sustainable Rural Development Program and Urban Renewal Program. District towns were identified for such a program to be implemented. Equally, fast forward, President Ramaphosa, where we are running a project with him. We are running a project with him. And this process is going on very well. This process is going on very well. The process is about how do we turn around our municipalities in the interest of strengthening governance, service delivery, accountability, basic services, planning and development, and of course as well, comprehensive rural development throughout the entirety of the Republic. How do we deal with all these matters? That is what this slide says. What is it that must be done differently to impact this system from Operation Senzamanje, as it was articulated by Minister Trevor Manuel, to what Madiba now says we must also be doing, working together with his department. This slide says we undertook an analysis of different periods in these 30 years. And those exercises brought to us our attention as government from various departments that there are about more than 30 proposals on how do we reform the system of local government. Now, this slide here, fellow leaders of our people in the country, it says that there are about 33 proposals that have got an intention to impact this system of government. And you must be very closer to these matters, discuss them, and make proposals on how do we think we can align them properly, because complementarity and harmonization of those efforts together with the mainstream review of the policy is very key, fundamental to us delivering a credible policy document at the end of the day. Just to mention few points. The first one on Operation Vulindlela, the president about a month ago launched phase 2 of Operation Vulindlela, that together with this office as COGTA, we are going to be focusing on local government. very seriously, unambiguously, systematically to deal with those systemic and structural problems that are inherent, making it very difficult for these institutions to be very effective. COGTA point of view, we're going to be finalizing the coalitions bill. As I said, that there are inter-party political dynamics where there are coalitions. So we're working very hard, flat out, to finalize the bill that must become law before the elections on coalitions. Parties must be very interested in going into that process because it proposes very critical matters on where we're going to be in coalitions. We must agree based on the framework of that law, how do we stabilize municipalities in the interest of our citizens. That is the first thing. The second thing is about interventions in municipalities. In any event where Section 139 has got to be invoked, what is the legal framework? Because at the moment, it was done in different ways based on different interpretations. And we are told by municipalities, as we move around the country, that depending on the attitude of a particular party that seems to be having its own issues in a given province, they can identify and say, no, this municipality, in order for us to have access to the electoral base and shift the balance of forces and power, we've got to administratively intervene differently, and therefore, so they are giving us all these different feedbacks. So there is no proper legal framework that sets the rules of intervention. And we have got instances where, for the past 10 years, a municipality has been under Section 139 without any progress. So it renders that intervention non-existent because its efficiency is not felt. So there's a law we're proposing, which is called Intergovernmental Monitoring Support and Interventions Bill, IMSI Bill. It will have to go through Parliament as quick as possible so that we are able to set the framework, even for provincial interventions where national government may want to invoke Section 100. These matters must be attended to. Related to the same matter, there is an issue relating to home affairs which is not there on the screen, but it must be discussed by parties. And the point is, as we manage this complex matter on immigration, there are a lot of problems, inefficiencies, inadequacies, and related complexities. South Africans are talking to us in many ways than not about their relations and understanding of this phenomenon. But from the point of view of local government, all those matters, finally, they are problems of municipalities in terms of all what you are supposed to do, including even places that are said to have been taken over in many ways than not, the resources being stretched and other related things. And there is no proper policy that says big cities and towns, what are their role on matters of immigration, very concretely in terms of the proposals. So this policy process, fellow leaders of our parties, gives us an opportunity to discuss that aspect so that Home Affairs, as we deal with national identity management system of our country, to the extent we comply with international conventions, how do we put at the center of these processes the municipalities and our cities in the main? Finally, on this one, the Public Service Commission, which is chaired by the program director of this meeting, in implementing Chapter 10 of our Constitution, more especially Section 195, on the values and the principles of the public administration, how do we infuse them in the municipal space? Because it says those values and principles must apply across all the spheres of government. And therefore, how do we begin to look at mechanisms of extending the responsibility of the Public Service Commission? In fact, there's a legal process in Parliament that is underway to extend the role of the PSC to also cater municipal administration in the spirit of Section 195 and the entirety of Chapter 10 of the Constitution. This one I think we can quickly pass. This one says, leaders, there is a technical team that we have put together, comprised of outstanding South Africans with experience on local government. They have done consultations with many people and parties, social formations and so on and so on. They have come to a conclusion out of those lists and proposals of these 9 points. And these 9 points, they are at the core of the adverse difficulties and problems that characterizes municipalities. How do we deal with these matters? So you must discuss and tell us how do we handle these matters very seriously. Some of them I think I've already explained, the extent to which we structure interface of political components and administration, the extent to which we deal with one aspect here of of a bad culture that has tried to find permanence in local government. How do we cleanse and detox the system from all these wrong things that are happening as we move into the future? These matters require a policy position because in some instances there are gray areas which must be attended to, including, finally, as I move out of this slide, that there is a fundamental question that we must answer through this process. And it is based on chapter 12 of the Constitution on recognition of traditional leaders. The traditional leaders are saying to us that we want or demand meaningful participation, if not a role, in the system of local government into the future. So we must begin to discuss as political parties, including even Mayor Morero in Johannesburg, the Mayor of Tshwane, and here, despite the fact that you are metropolitan municipalities in Gauteng, there are traditional institutions here in Gauteng province who are demanding their participation in the houses of the country on matters of traditional leadership. And they are not there at the moment. And there are all sorts of demands that are coming forward. It's a matter we cannot underestimate, overlook anymore. Parties must discuss and make proposals on how do we bring them closer so that they become active organs of people's governance at the local level in their communities, working together with our municipal institutions, and the extent to which their collective leadership can reinforce and embark on bettering the living conditions of our people is what we owe to our traditional institutions in this country. And this one in brief says, there are macro social and political factors that are there in communities. The inefficiencies of the current experiences that we have in the entire system. How do we deal with these 13 points? Ranging from intergovernmental debts, ranging from departments of government owing municipalities, ranging from citizens owing municipalities more than 300 billion rands, ranging from forces out there that are said to have taken over the actual running of our municipalities. In fact, it is said that the extent of the capture of local government might be even worse than what we have gone through as a nation. And therefore, what are the things that have facilitated or make it very easy for those endeavors to be at play, present in our municipal institutions? How do we insulate this system from those possibilities? It's a function of this policy process going forward. And I think the other point I've commented on how do we begin to ensure governance by our councillors to avoid the judicial services taking over the political governance of our own municipalities out of inadequate leadership that is not being provided properly. These ones are just 8 chapters that are going to be in the white paper policy process, and each one of them have got leaders who are going to be doing proper research on how do we become scientific as we receive inputs from parties and many South Africans, consolidate them into a formidable process, an outcome of a policy process which by March next year, when the minister goes back to cabinet, we have got a well-defined, well-processed policy document. This slide represents just one thing only. It says the whole is not the sum total of the parts, but a product of the parts in action. When organizational nodes flowed in different directions and there is no collaborative efforts and a collective leadership, the cooperative governance is not felt in terms of its presence, input on local government. And therefore, we are saying we must negate the extremes and be sure that we don't move in different directions. We try to coalesce as much as possible all our interests, all our efforts and endeavors as leaders politically, administratively, wherever we are, in the interest of this system becoming more efficient and more effective. That's what that slide says. And how do we deal with that from a political point of view out of your own experiences? This one says in the sequencing of this process, there are certain things we must finalize quicker. And the first one is to make sure that this policy by March next year is completed, because it must guide the next coming administration of municipalities. We must have dealt with these issues of a culture which is very wrong in our system, of better administration, better behavior, ethical leadership, values-based leadership that understands the ladder of values in leadership. How do we infuse that in our system? Coalition, professionalization, but accept local government working together with traditional leaders. These 4 points are said to be the fundamental pillars of our mainstay. Without these points, there is no local government. What is your experience, and how do we deepen these matters from a professional point of view, but also politically? Because these institutions are a function of political leadership. And therefore, how do we process, position, and prepare our leaders to be able to manage these matters with excellence, of course, with the impact so much required by our citizens? This one says the power of relational governance is very important. But very briefly, from our experiences, it says the citizens who are supposed to be the primary player and beneficiaries of municipal government, they are on the receiving end. These are the people who are electing leaders as councillors to go into council, employ officials. Together with the officials, they must serve these communities. But it's like the other way around. Once councillors are in office with the officials, they are more important, more powerful, and the poor citizens who elected them are on the receiving end. And what do? Finally, during the election period, the citizens demonstrate their displeasure, their discontent by many ways than not, and therefore they basically just withdraw from voting, and others vote other parties in, other parties lose power, and so forth and so on, because that is the function of this slide. The relational proper balance of the 3 components that constitute a municipal government. How do we bring back the primacy of our communities in the sphere of local government? Because it's about local democracy. And this one further says, for the communities to be very happy to that extent, government in its entirety, province, national, and provincial, because people now can no longer differentiate when it comes to elections. You can't say we are coming for provincial and national elections, and therefore these are our priorities. When local government comes, we say no, local government is their own matter, but national, provincial elections, this is what we are supposed to be doing. People now relate with political parties in a comprehensive way. Whether you perform nationally or provincially, it doesn't matter. They see one government and they need services. So all of us as government must impact our localities as political parties where you are governing. If you become inconsiderate of these matters and you don't make your people happy, that relational governance will have got its own negative impact on your political standing as a political party wherever you are. That's what the policy says. We must facilitate that process of awareness and conscientization for strong political consciousness and social conscience amongst all of us in the interests of peace, social cohesion, but above them all, developing the people's localities for better. We are on milestone number 8, where we are expected to present the submissions by next week, Monday, as the deadline for this process. Now, understanding that policy making is not a very simple matter. We come from different political parties. Of course, based on our political ideological beliefs and understanding, we might have different preferences on how do we manage and finalize this particular policy process. And no wonder this meeting, therefore, becomes extremely important to say within the confines of our collaborative mandate and responsibilities, how do we manage this complex process in a manner that we can demonstrate to the entire world and the continent that South African nation is unique and outstanding. We could be able to manage and deliver a policy process without serious rupturing amongst ourselves. But of course, it does not mean unity of purpose is the absence of cognitive diversity. No, it's not. Unity of purpose is it's part of having that diverse opinions, but the rationale in our approach, in the processing of these matters, for me, is very supreme and at the center of our ability to deliver this particular policy process. And we are suggesting to ourselves, and that's what we said, in an event, AG, as political parties, we seem to find it very difficult to come together and deliver this policy. The presidency will have to play that mediatory role. But we believe that we are matured enough as leaders. Myself and Upilawai, we come from different political parties. We are managing a very complex, heavy, difficult system. But we are brothers. You can't even see, many people don't know when they see being together, whether these guys come from different political formations. Because supreme to our logic is stability of local government, delivery of services to our people, bettering the conditions of our people, living up to the dictates of Chapter 7 of the Constitution and the founding values of the country's law, which says the law reigns supreme, dignity of our people is uppermost, including, of course, basic human rights. And that is a function of leadership. We're looking forward, colleagues and fellow South Africans, to us working together to deliver this policy process in the interest of the 63 million South Africans on whose behalf we are meeting here to talk amongst ourselves, representing those millions and millions of South Africans. On our shoulders, we carry a huge responsibility, and on the shoulders of the great giants who delivered this democracy, we owe it to them wherever they are, and may their spirits rest in peace and continue to guide all of us as we move into the future. Thank you so much, and we're looking forward to a proper conversation. Thank you so much.
Yeah, the supreme logic is to deliver the needs of the people. I can hear somebody saying the supreme logic is to deliver a tender for myself. So we've come to elevate the logic now from that basic thing of petty thieving and industrial scale corruption. So much has been said, you shouldn't be anxious, this is your day. We've now presented everything that needs to be presented. We will go out just for 15 minutes of tea. That 15 minutes includes you walking out and coming back. That 15 minutes includes you taking tea and putting every other thing, greeting a colleague. So there is no subtraction to say, as you saw that I took time to go to the door. No, it's part of the arrangement. You will be given enough time, but as I was watching the slideshows of all the logos here, I realized that we must manage that process very carefully so that one party doesn't have 10 bites at the same cherry. We should hear diversity of voices. The second part, when you are asking a question, be precise. Don't deliver a keynote question, please. It's not a mistake that you have not been called to give a keynote address. This is not a regional meeting, it's not a branch meeting. It's just a very simple process. Precise. And if somebody has said it in a soprano, you don't need to say it's better being repeated in an alto. It's fine. So we will be taking one person per party initially. Maximum 4 minutes. There will be a countdown and we will interject. So don't even greet us. Oh, we don't want to be greeted. We've done all the greetings in the morning on your behalf. Don't say, I recognize so-and-so, recognize, because you'll be eating to your time. Just go straight to what you want to say. And it is also a way of us seeing how you manage your council business. Say, this one is always on point, precise. 1, 2, 3. But once you start saying, I want to give a context, don't give the context, just go straight. So in that way, we will be able to have a more efficient use of the following hour. With that being said, we only have 15 minutes. Networking will be done after. Just pretend as if you don't see other people, you just collect what you want to collect, you do what you want to do, then we do it thereafter. Also, the discipline of coming back without being harangued by the marshals. It's also an indication, because this thing has to do with the discipline of how we're going to implement all these. So with that being said, and I've enjoyed all the logos here, all kinds of animals, all kinds of trees, the sun, the moon, everything. I've really enjoyed it. And you see the crown, the everything that I could think of, lion, springboks and so forth. Mzansi, for sure, it's a creative space. Let's take that 15 minutes. Thank you. the persons will be helping me with the roving microphone. And at times I feel pity for the microphones when they do roving. Some people like abusing them first. Some like, I hope we will move straight to the point without those minor moments of abuse to the mic. Now we are going to ask, and you know better who comes from which party, an ethical conduct in terms of section 195 of the Constitution, chapter 10, says ethical leadership with integrity. So the first thing, there'll be no double dipping in the first round as part of that compliance. And the persons with the roving mic, I want to see them so that I can be able to, yes, I see one, I see the other, I see the other. I'll start with the hand there which was up, you say. And you introduce your party, even if you use the acronym to save time. And let's get the mics ready and open.
Thank you,
Thank you.
MC. Greetings, this is Zwelake Mteto from MK in the COGTA Portfolio Committee.
Thank you.
My question is, as we review the white paper on local government, we are guided by chapter 7 of local government, where it says they shall be autonomous in their function. But when you look at Amakosi, they are in chapter 12 of the Constitution, which is a mockery. We only have 2 paragraphs in the South African Constitution, which is internationally acclaimed. You only have 2 paragraphs that say nothing about the powers of Amakosi. Now, the powers of Amakosi are the same powers which are enjoyed by the local government in terms of jurisdiction. So are you willing to also review chapter 7 of local government to share the powers, because Amakosi are demanding the same space and the powers, not just to say cooperating, not these councils where they are advisory to municipalities. They are not advisors, they are the landlords in the local sphere. So which means you have 2 stakeholders that should be enjoying powers in terms of function of chapter 7. And so we need to review that one. And 2, may I actually direct you to say it was a deliberate error in law, because the last legislature of KwaZulu-Natal before 1994 entered into an Ingonyama Trust Act, which should have been carried over into the dispensation on a local government, wherein the powers of the king should have been known by then that we have 2.8 million hectares of land under Amakosi. But you undermined Amakosi. You define them out of legislative environment and out of institutional arrangement of local government. No wonder in 30 years, we cannot handle 22 million population are sitting at Amakosi. All of those are outside the space of local government. So it is a deliberate error that we committed politically, legally, constitutionally. Here we are, we're crying foul. Another part, mines are operating in the land of Amakosi, extracting minerals, but those kings don't enjoy anything. And then you cry that the municipality doesn't have money, but you allow private companies to extract minerals out of the land of Amakosi, not share with Amakosi, and you also not allow them to participate in local government. And here you are, you're saying that local government is not functional. You deliberately did this. You even ignored them during COGTA negotiation, when it should have been kings who sit on the table with the white people to say, why did you take our land? The last one on my part, Forced Removal Act took place at local government, where Amakosi were removed from the towns and cities of South Africa, they were never restored. 30 years later after democracy. And so the status quo remains. The power patterns of ownership of land is such that 8% is white people, 92% is black people, but the 92% is sitting on 13% and 8% is sitting on 87% of land. And you think that we will be part of economy where in economics you must have 4 factors of production: land, buildings, owner's equity, and labor. And all of us as blacks are sitting on labor and the rest are enjoying the benefits. So there is an unequal power sharing in terms of economy. At a national level, Rupert and Oppenheimer, they are actually owning the South African economy more than the state. So how do you expect at local government to see a difference? Because those people are owning all the companies that are registered at CIPRO, which are over 500,000 in 2007. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The beautiful thing, you saw the time, he saved us 9 seconds. And I hope no one will do any worse. I will now come here. Your hand was up long time ago, and I'm looking, and be sure we have the time. You will not be left outside.
Thank you very much. Dr. Masemola, thank you for your presentation. However, it's very relevant for one province out of the 9 provinces, which is Gauteng. Because Gauteng doesn't have traditional leaders, House of Traditional Leadership. The rest of the provinces, you have excluded our rural areas, you have excluded our rural leaders that are supposed to be helping you with that structure. And I'm not too sure whether chapter 12 you brought it in because you saw that I came in with Bobo King, Osima King, and then you just and you put it in. But I've been observing the slides from the first speaker, and thank you, Auditor General. Thank you very much. And your questions that you've been asking us, they're very simple. You know, when the settlers came here, they found kings government. They had all those structures, and they were doing it perfectly well. So they called it government, they changed it, and they deliberately made sure that they kicked them out of the system, which was working perfectly. We also had judiciary. Every royal house was a court. So they took our royal courts and they called them judiciary. So today you're struggling. I was in an IEC conference last week. 67% of our communities do not have confidence on the political leadership. 67%. And that is not a shocker. Because the people who are supposed to be ruling these communities and guiding you in terms of governance of our communities and the needs that our communities need is deliberately excluded. Even here, I had to submit these kings that you see sitting here around the table with me. I had to submit them. One of our kings called, he wanted accreditation, and he was told straight that no, we only want political parties. That is a structural way of excluding the very people that brought you this governance. You only know them when it's local elections and you go asking for votes. You don't even respect their protocol to say before you walk into a village you must speak to the king. You just walk in and canvass and do all your things. So I'm gonna ask for a proposal that we have at least a forum submission from the kings because they did not submit. It's the second error, like my colleague says of Odessa. You are doing a white paper, but they haven't submitted, and you're submitting next week. Next week you are doing a submission, but they haven't submitted. Yet, they are the people that are governing your local government. And they do not have a say because politicians have a better say because at least when they come with persons. Now when we call them, they don't come even to the individual worship because the government has literally killed local government under the leadership. So you are still going to struggle. I can guarantee for as long as we come here with white papers that are written by settlers, not ourselves, we are still going to struggle. and you wonder why you're not coping. You're not going to cope. So I'm going to propose that. Call us, have our own, so that we give you submissions. I don't know what you're going to do because you must submit next week. Therefore, we are doing the same thing. We are not allowed again. We are only going to come to us. So my time is up.
Yes. Can you also identify the yes?
Because my colleague gave me 6 seconds, can I just fill them? We are having a serious problem, Minister and Deputy Minister. This is the only opportunity I get.
Can you first identify yourself? Yes.
Her Royal Highness Dipuo Mokola Mthembu, President of SABC, South African Royal Kingdom Organization. We are two politicians for kings.
Okay.
And Minister and Deputy Minister, we have 3 cases against COGTA. One is in the Free State, Thabo Mofokeng, we have it on the 21st actually. On the 23rd of January 2022, we've given a court interdict, 60%, 40% legally done there. A repeat of elections that were done last year.
Thank you. The time is up. The time is up. The time is up. The time is up. Thank you. Thank you. We had a hand right there next to you, Sisi. When you have a mic, you give yes.
Thank you. I'm Shamin Thakur Rajvansi. I'm the leader of the Minority Front. Being a female, one of the weaknesses I found in the white paper was the protection of women, female councillors. And I felt that with the review that's being done, it's absolutely important currently with the rate of gender-based violence, etc., that we find a way or a mechanism to attract females to fight local government elections, but we ensure their safety. And we find that in the municipalities, structurally, only hierarchy, in terms of hierarchy, only the top politicians get a lot of security, they get protection, etc. And one of the big changes that occurred because of this problem was that it was adopted at local government maybe 2 elections ago that ward councillors didn't have to now live in their wards because councillors were dying and being attacked by local residents. PR councillors, of course, can live anywhere and work anywhere, but I feel that it should be mandatory that ward councillors should actually live in the ward, but we should try to find alternative dispute resolution mechanisms. For example, the way we were speaking earlier about an independent agency to employ officials of the council, we can also have an independent structure like a dispute resolution committee, etc., set up in order for communities to complain, if they wanted to complain against a councillor, and get it resolved there, mediated there. If things don't work out, then at least then take it to the level of, say, the ethics committee, etc., in the council. So I think that that will not politicize the issue, and a lot more thinking must be done, in those areas of protecting councillors and attracting them to fight local government elections. Thank you.
Thank you very much for saving us that time. As I'm looking, I will be pointing to this table, but let me just re-emphasize the rules. The first one, should you have a submission that you want to make or some other matter that had bothered you, I will ask the officials to go and just collect that so that we do not mix things up. Sometimes when the opportunity comes, it so happens that you've been trying to get this DG or that person, and then you say, let me release everything. So the chance will be given. The second one, if at all possible, I know it's a political parties meeting, we could address the issue, not the other party, not the other person, because I'm hearing that this you, and also with powers vested in me, just address them to me. I have a thicker jacket if you say you, program director, not you. It will create a conducive atmosphere if you just direct it to me. I'm here, program director, to absorb bullets. That's the reason why I'm here, so that you don't, the person next to you or that one, you just, I will be able to deflect it, and it will also not elicit that response which say, I want to respond to you. Please, if we can do that, the points will have more weight. Over to you, ma'am, if you can bring the mic.
Thank you so much, Prof. Fikeni, for that, Minister, Deputy Minister, and also to the AG that's here. My name is Marina van Zyl. I'm a Member of Parliament for the Democratic Alliance, serving on this COGTA Portfolio Committee. We did listen, and I think the AG mentioned that, you know, not everything is broken. There are municipalities that does work with this white paper that is established. So we need to start asking the question, Prof, what is then broken? Is it the legislation that we are trying to review, or is it maybe the management of the other municipalities? So with that said, I wanted to just make a couple of proposals. Number one is to professionalize the civil service, end cadre deployment, require merit-based hiring, and enforce qualifications and performance metrics for municipal officials. We know that it's management of these local municipalities that is going wrong, and we know what causes that. It is cadre deployment, and it is people that's not fit for purpose for that job. Then stabilize coalitions. We've seen earlier that there is a coalitions bill from the department as well as from the Democratic Alliance, and I think the threshold percentage needs to become a reality, because we need to stabilize coalitions, and we need to stabilize and not have kingmakers to be a mayor for 3 months, like we've seen recently. Then just enforce accountability, and that comes with what the Auditor General has said. The AG reports must lead to actual consequence. Failing municipalities should not be rewarded with more oversight structures. They should face remedial action and legal consequences. We cannot have people and managers do as they please, and like was said earlier, I'm politically higher than you in the ranks, so I will deal with you later. That cannot be the norm, because at the end of the day, we must remember that it's the people that suffer. It's the services that suffer because of these decisions that are made because of your political mandate. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much again for saving my time. I've been looking at the hands. Don't even get anxiety because I'm coming to you. There was a hand here. We have the time. I've noted the hands. There was the table behind. Yes. Mfunzuzon.
Thank you, Program Director. The IFP starting point is that the local government sphere is most important in that it brings government closest to the people. As such, it is on the call side of delivering services to the people on a daily basis. We also acknowledge that there are urgent systemic problems, as they have been outlined here, which need to be dealt with in the current setup of local government in South Africa. But we also acknowledge the input by the AG that this must be done after we have looked at the 1998 white paper. One of the significant problems that besets local government is the funding model. And we want to concur with the proposal that a one-size-fits-all is not acceptable. Therefore, an appropriate funding model needs to be found, particularly for smaller local government or municipalities that do not have an adequate funding or tax base, such as the metros and other bigger municipalities. And lastly, we acknowledge that something urgent needs to be done to prevent a total collapse of local governance in the country, and this must be done as soon as possible. In this regard, the IFP will be submitting a comprehensive submission before the closing date of the 30th of June. Thank you, Program Director.
Thank you very much. Now I'm coming to this table. I see 3 hands there, but for now I'll be taking 1 hand. Yes, ma'am. And then I'll be coming to you, sir. Don't even worry. I'm not going to say when I see these hands, lunch is going to be finished. Because we want to walk away with the substance.
Special greetings. Nokuzola Kolwapi, a deputy mayor at the Pito municipality, deployed by Ikwezi political movement, a woman-led organization. And excuse me if it happens that I'm not an active listener, if it happens that I'm repeating myself or others. One, can the white paper include financial support that can be given to local parties? Because you'll find only financial support is being given to national parties, then the locals are left struggling. As much that we can hear that our Dr. Musmane said that democracy is starting to lose itself down there because one person that is deployed in the council, but you can't continue finishing the activeness of the party. And I think that's where sometimes the corruption starts, because that's people doing it deals to sustain their parties. If financial support can be there in our white paper, it could be better. 2, again, the budget for councillors, not only the executive, the mayor, a budget for all councillors so that they can be able to address the ills, social ills of the society, instead of seeing yourself digging more in your pocket. Because there are things that you as a councillor, people or communities are expecting you to address it
Are you guys getting our set
especially
footing?
Issues of little disasters in
Set
certain
footing.
homes, older people, and they expect that you do something
Yes.
without going to the municipal budgets and what. To address the issues. 2, I wish she was
Let's say
third.
3.
Okay.
Yeah, third one. The third one is, how about all councillors can be given safety measures, not only executive? Because when the opposition want to witness or do anything, they will look for those soft spots of the councillors that are not covered when it comes to transport, covered when it comes to safety. And you'll find that the councillors now, when they have to travel and do all those things, the municipality has not budgeted for them for transport issues so that they can serve, especially in rural areas where villages are far from each other, and it becomes the burden of the councillors. Can that be included? Last one. Can EGPV declared in the white paper as a third pandemic? As us as women, we can see things are happening. I'm from Ipito, where it happened that a 23-year-old was gone for e-policy and all those things, as we can see in the TV. So I feel that our government is letting it down, the thing of GPV. Let it be declared as a third pandemic of this country so that it can be well budgeted. It's a social ill, we know, but it's not budgeted in the IDPs. We're only focusing in the infrastructure. The last one, Eskom, there are areas where it has Eskom when it comes to electricity. Others, they buy it from the municipality. And when it comes to regulate, to ensure with the debts collection, you find it difficult to manage that. Whereas other communities are being booted so much with the fact that electricity is being cut, water is being cut, whilst we are struggling to run it as a business entity, our municipality. There's that weakness of Eskom, that is free people are not treated the same as the others. I thank you.
Thank you very much. You saved 5 seconds. And I'm coming to the gentleman right in your table. And it is the first time I do it twice in one table. That gentleman there. Don't worry, I'm coming to you.
Marisa, Kwinkwas. I found it very strange here that we talk English. It's because of the English that we are in this mess today. We're sitting here as traditional leaders of the Khoi and San. We're not been yet recognized in our own country. But we must have give an input in English. It's totally, for me, people can laugh, people can say what they want to say. But we have a right to be part of South Africa. Because people found us first here. Here we draft a white paper. And we are nowhere. Nowhere. As the leader is saying there must be a opportunity given to traditional and Khoisan leaders. Here we're setting things. We fought our way as the Khoisan Revolution Party to have a voice. And our voice is there. But we mustn't be like, we must just be listened to. We must be feel. Ons moet gevoel word. Ons kan nie net die praatjies praat hier nie, man. Ons sit vir te lank, laat ons ander mense oor ons loop. Ons sit met tradisionele gronde daar in die Noord-Kaap. Dit word gemyn op ons gronde. Ons minerale, diamante en manganese en iron ore gaan uit die land uit. Maar ons word die kop toegevat nie. Ons word die kop toegevat nie. Maar 2026 as 'n ander jaar. Ons gaan besprekings maak, ons gaan hier dinge doen, maar sonder die eerste mense van Suid-Afrika. En dis nie reg nie. As jy inkom met die parlement, dan is oud-president Thabo Mbeki se woorde daar, I owe my being to the Khoi and San. Maar vandag sit ons hier op die ticket van die Khoisan. Ons mense vote vir al hierdie partye. Weskap. Al hierdie partye. Maar wat doen hulle vir ons mense? Ons mense is die armste. Hulle is die dronkste. Want toe die skip kom, toe kom die wyn ook saam. Toe die skip kom, toe vat hulle ons ouma's ook af. So ons is landloos, taalloos, maar in die grondwet is pensel en ons word ons tale beskerm, maar nou, dit lyk nie so nie. Laat ons ook net deel voel van Suid-Afrika asseblief, man. Laat ons deel voel, want as ek nou my taal praat, sal niemand die binne verstaan nie. Maar as met 'n vreemde land, 'n vreemde man se taal praat. So hoe gaan ons maak wanneer ons die wetskrif bring? Gaan ons hom bring in publieke verhore of publieke deelnameprosesse in die taal van die mense? Want dit is belangrik. Ons moet gehoor word in die taal van ons keuse. Maar nou word ons taal nie eens erken nie, so ook ons mense. Ek wil 'n pleidooi maak op my medebroers en susters hier binne, die minister en die deputy minister. It's time for you to take note of the plight of the Khoisan people of South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You have saved us 43 seconds. And as I'm coming to your hands, we note that the issue of resources has been coming several times. And I'm sure the scribes are noting that. The issue of the role of traditional leadership and recognition of dual authority in certain areas is taken in. The issue of safety has now been raised twice. The issue of language, it's key. The issue of the Khoi and San particularly as a group, of course, we did mention in the traditional leadership should be taken in, the issue of GBV taken in, the question of why certain municipalities seem to do well even under the current white paper, whereas others are not. So those are some of the issues that we have. And now I'm moving, I've noted a hand there in that table, and then I'll be coming to this table. The two hands there. Oh, I was referring to this one. I'm still coming. It doesn't matter whether you are at the back of the room or in the middle, you will be recognized.
Thank you very much, Program Director Brett Heron from the Good Party. I just wanted to make some input on the reform of local government as presented in the white paper, or the draft white paper. The Minister, the Deputy Minister, and the draft white paper refer to attracting competent municipal officials. I think in order for us to deal with that, or to achieve that, we're going to have to deal with the politicization of the hiring and firing of administrators. We're seeing often in the changes of government, in the coalition, when coalition governments change, there's a tendency to try and get rid of senior managers, Section 57 and Section 56 appointees. And then I think there's an abuse of the regulations for the disciplining of senior managers, where senior managers are being disciplined and summarily suspended, regardless of what the regulations say. So I think those regulations will need tightening up if we're going to achieve the objective of attracting competent officials. We're not going to attract them for as long as the process of hiring and firing is so politicized. Remaining on the politicization, I think the oversight role of provincial governments and then ultimately the National Department of COGTA needs to be clarified. It's an obvious statement that often the MECs for local government are from the same political party as the leadership of a local government. And so the implementation of Section 139 of the Constitution and 106 of the Structures or Systems Act, I forget, is often politicized. And so it's selectively managed by MECs, and I think that's contributing to the loss of confidence in our municipalities. The Auditor General's made some interesting comments, and I think the Auditor General needs to understand how politicized the outcomes of her reports have become. They are highly politicized. If you get a clean audit, you must be the best government in the world. And if you get a qualified audit, then you're a terrible government. And that process must actually stop. The Auditor General's office, I think, has a duty to educate South Africans as to what that report actually means. The Auditor General made a comment that if you get a disclaimer, that would explain why their sewerage is not working. The opposite is not true. You can see sewage systems dysfunctional in municipalities that have got unqualified audits without findings, with actually clean audits. So those audits do not necessarily mean that the sewage that there will be no sewage running down the streets. So I think we must be careful about how we frame disclaimers and qualified and unqualified audits and the functionality of municipalities. The ministers, the Deputy Minister and the Auditor General referred to the role of MPAC, the Municipal Public Accounts Committee, and how it's not as effective as SCOPA. The problem with MPAC is that municipalities are conducting those inquiries behind closed doors as confidential meetings, and we need legislation or regulations that would at least change that. Sorry, I'm trying to get through as many points as possible. On the revenue generation and taxation question, Section 8.1 of the Municipal Fiscal Powers and Functions Act requires the Minister of Finance to regulate the unregulated surcharges, the surcharges that municipalities are charging on top of regulated surcharges. And the Minister of Finance has not yet published norms and standards, which allows municipalities to charge what they like as surcharges. And if we're going to have 313 billion rand, I think the white paper says, in unpaid municipal bills. What absolutely must happen is the Minister of Finance must do the regulations or set the norms and standards for what municipalities can charge in surcharges, so that people who pay these surcharges do not feel ripped off or that we're operating without transparency. And I'm going to finish off now, sir.
The time is our enemy.
Can I make one last point? On the local equitable share. The local equitable share is based on the number of poor households in a municipality. But municipalities are not necessarily using that funding for that purpose. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I am now coming to this table. I know the person who almost got the microphone there. I'm eyeing you. I'm coming to this table.
Thank you. The issue I want to raise are just only 3 issues. The first issue relates to the appointments made by the councils. They're appointing the MMs, they're appointing the directors. It becomes a serious problem because I guess that responsibility has been entrusted to people who cannot be able to carry those responsibilities as adequately as possible. Because what they do, they will appoint a person, and then once that person has been appointed, they will still appoint another person to do the job of the person they have appointed. Because that person is known not to be able to carry out the responsibilities that he has been appointed for. That's one point. And therefore, the issue that Dr. Masumala has raised, he raised the issue of the Government Employment Agency. How I wish that Government Employment Agency should find expression in the new gazette and the new paper so that that becomes the sole responsibility of that government agency to appoint, to make appointments of critical positions in the council and the municipalities. That's one point. And that agency should not have or should not be painted in a political, in a certain political color. That's the point. The second point I want to raise relates to the instruction that are normally given by the councillors, your mayors. They're giving them to the administrators. And those administrators sometimes refuse to carry out those instructions. Unfortunately, they are not able to refuse them because their livelihood depends on the councillors. They have been appointed by the councillors, and therefore the councillors can easily say to them, no, look, we are disciplining you, we dismiss you. Don't we have an ombudsman for the municipalities that will be able to check on those things so that person can have a place to appeal to rather than go to the courts, because oftentimes they don't have money to do that. My last point would relate to the issue of delinquency. If you look at the directors of companies, you're looking at the council of companies, if they conduct or they commit certain, certain anomalies or maybe shenanigans, they get declared as delinquents. Don't we have a regulation in the municipalities, in the space of municipalities, to declare certain people, managers, your mayors, and some other people who commit a lot of indiscretions in the municipal space? Can they be declared delinquents as well? We need to have that in the white paper. Those are the 3 points, Chairperson, I wanted to raise. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I love this part of registering people as delinquents, so that if you are a serial offender, your tail follows you to wherever you go. I really love that idea. As I want to jump now to the very back, so that those at the back know they are not marginalized. I have not forgotten. I've seen the hands were coming to your hands. At the very back, as you are giving him, I want to give you a shocker I found at the PSC. When I came in, there was a person who had been suspended for 12 years with full pay. There was another one who was on special leave for 7 years. As another one, we went to a province to say, you have suspended so-and-so for 5 years with full pay. When we went to the department, they laughed and said, yeah, you're correct, we forgot about the person. if that's not cruelty to a taxpayer in a country that is borrowing 2 billion rands per day and using 1.2 to service that debt, I don't know what the word cruelty would be used for. Just that. So, even ministers now, there is a law which says, as part of professionalization, there will be a panel of experts to sit in the appointment of DGs. I wonder if we shouldn't actually be looking at that option to say, you can't have people who look for the weakest link sit around the table. But if you bring people from SAICA, from the Engineering Council, from this, they have their professional license to lose. They will write and say, they agreed on the weakest person who know nothing about water engineering. I'm writing a second opinion. Because this business of people sitting around, yes, sir.
Yes,
it's your
Chairperson.
turn.
Robert Mapia from National Communist Congress, NCC. My input is based on the moral degeneration and unethical behaviors. Chairperson, we can come up with many policies as much as possible. Like we have Corruption Act, we have Intergovernmental Relations Act and so forth. But as long as we still run this country with cash, we are not going anywhere. We will bring more policies to the fore. That will not help in any way, and we will keep on reviewing. Let's move to a cashless society. Let's move to a position where we can use only electronic transfers and the speed points. Because by then, this corruption of bribes and so on can be reduced. These illegal immigrants as well will not be able to run businesses in our country. But now you find a situation whereby all of us as leaders here, we now need money from the state, and the money that's supposed to give the services to our people. And the very same people that are electing the very same leaders as well are expecting that the leaders must take care of them through bribes and corrupt money. As such, we will always come up with policies and they will not help us. Let's make sure that the Reserve Bank is no longer printing money. If you have money, it must be through the bank so that it can be audited, so that we can have personal life audits. But the way the cash is flowing in the country, it makes life difficult for the systems of government to implement the internal and external control measures. As we are speaking now, there is cash that was flowing in the bigger person, the country's bigger person, the president himself. The money is under the mattress. So what about me in the rural areas or somewhere else? If the president himself is putting the money under the mattress. Let's make sure that we run to the cashless. Because there's very same opposition parties as well. They are looking for money. They are hungry for money. Instead of guarding the governing party to steal the money, they are the ones that are insisting that the governing party must steal the money and come and give them. So let's make sure that we eradicate this cash Let's run into cashless like Australia. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I think the issue there of digitizing the footprint, money and beyond, so that you know what is happening is very much important. Now there is a hand I see behind the mic. There is that hand which was there at the back. I'm coming to you. I can't forget you, sir. Where is the mic? Yes. But can we, for a change now, to change the gear, start saying, I know the diagnosis, but I propose the following. Yeah. So that it's more solutions. Otherwise, this body will suffer from being over-diagnosed.
Thank you very much, Program Director. My name is Chaba Mukubedi. I'm representing the United Africans Transformation. We will come with solutions, Chairperson. You've indicated that there are two cancers within the municipalities or within government. There's one critical cancer that was just spoken by the latter speaker. I won't go much into detail, that of immorality. That is the start of the challenges that we have currently within our government. I'll give an example here, Chairperson, to say the AGSA has indicated that we've got laws. There's nothing wrong with the previous white paper. Now, the only issue is implementation. Now, the challenge is the fact that we know what needs to be done. We are deliberately not doing what needs to be done. The minister came in and also highlighted on things that need to be done to say we must run municipalities like a business. How can we run municipalities like a business if we ourselves are not conducting ourselves in a business like men? I'll make sure, I'll input as follows, Chairperson. The issue of professionalizing municipalities must start with the councillors. I think we are rushing to blame mayors, to speakers, but the mere councillor, for them to hold those speakers and mayors accountable, they need to have some sort of a minimum requirement. They are entrusted with a serious responsibility of passing budgets and considering items. A council is not made up of the mayor and the speaker alone, but is made up of the entire councillors. Now the challenge is, here am I, because I can talk better, because I'm eloquently speaking, then I am elected to become a council. But I don't know, I'm going to learn what's happening within council. How is that going to assist the process? Because when I'm there, I'm compromised. Lastly, Chairperson, you have made mention, the Deputy Minister made mention that during the presentation, there are 57 municipalities that are in crisis. That is known. We know that it's there. We have diagnosed it. Now, the challenge is, why is the MECs not taking action against those municipalities? Why is it that we can come here and talk about the wrongs that we can see they are there, but we are not solving? Why are those 57 municipalities not facing consequences? Why is the MECs not held accountable for not doing that which is their role? Now, we are submitting in relation to what the Deputy Minister indicated, that this government, local sphere, district, provincial, it seems like we don't need all of them. We only need local government. What is the role, critical role of districts that defines it from the local municipality? Because the municipality is the one that is in the face of service delivery. Why is it that we need that? And why do we need the provincial government with an MEC who's not going to take action against a non-performing municipality? It boils back to the issue of immorality. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think as we go to that corner now, at the back next to the door, I think you are up to something, Minister. Is there a reason why performance contracts of MECs and ministers are not made known and their rating made known? Same with the municipalities, to say, this is what I was committing to. I was in another country few weeks ago. They had a live broadcast of a public service commission and the president, every minister signing, and this being projected, this is what this one is going to do, that one is going to do. And at the point of results, again, the same thing. Is there a reason why this is a secret or something? I'm not sure. As we go to the next speaker, and we also have to debate, if family is collapsed, can morality be salvaged elsewhere? If we say right and wrong, character formation starts at the family level, and that has collapsed completely, is there a plan B, or do we need to fix that as well? Because by the time you take the child to school, to the church, to internet, they will have started learning from the family. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Program Director. My name is Michael Groenewald. I'm from the Freedom Front Plus, and my colleague is the Vetnel, and we're going to share our 4-minute ambit that we've got. So just quickly, in terms of local government and the economy, when we look at policy reform, we must remember that the economy is, that local government is the foundation of any economy within South Africa. And they must be, look specially at the economy. There must be a mind shift in local government where the growth of the economy must be the competition between municipalities and not the biggest part of the equitable share. Then in terms of casework, national and provincial levels do have support for casework. We think that in terms of local government, casework support will also help. And then in terms of provisionalization of the state service, we agree with that. And then also we welcome the PSC extended powers. That's from me, and there's my colleague, the Vetnel. He'll also have a contribution. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Program Director. Sharing is caring, so we're saving your time and we're sharing the time. Thank you.
At least you are still within time.
Thank you. And to the previous gentleman, ek het jou verstaan, meneer. But when you look at our voting system, and part of the white paper, there's a piece about voting thresholds. Now, there's 4 basic pillars, and I'm not going to give you a class because I'm going to try to be short, of our voting system. And one thing about our voting system, which is really good, and the Van Zyl-Slabbert Commission or the Electoral Task Commission found that one thing that's very good about our electoral system is the representation part. Reason being, we're a very diverse country. And obviously we respect each other in our diversity. And that's also playing a big part in political stability. So the threshold, to put a threshold there, might risk the political stability. So the first question, which might be a solution, is somebody tried to look in maybe just putting up a threshold on taking up executive positions within a council. Because then you solve the instability solution with somebody pulling the dog by its tail. So that's just something that I pondered upon. And the second thing is, if you look at our ICT, and the Auditor General also spoke about autonomy and support and all those things. Most municipalities which are failing, they don't have a records management system. And they also don't have proper billing systems. But now having 260 plus municipalities, having to procure their own billing system every 3 years, now it takes the municipality 3 years to figure out how it works. And once the 3 years pass, there's a new accounting officer, and he buys another accounting system or billing system from one of his friends. So if there's accounting or records management system or billing system which are working, can't national government take hands and say to the rural small municipalities, we've got something that is working. We know it's working, The Auditor General can tell us it's working. Here's the system, come get it. It will save us money and we'll take ownership. So that is a second solution which I'll offer. Thank you for the time, and we're also looking forward to getting responses on our written submission which we'll submit. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now I'll go to this table and go to this gentleman. I think this gentleman, his case is more urgent. This one. Otherwise, if I keep missing him, I won't have any good. Yes. You introduce yourself and the party. I'm counting the parties now. An impressive list of diversity.
Thank you so much. My name is Rita Ronishai, President of African Freedom Party, based at Greater Zanini Municipality as Councillor, deployed under Section 22, PR Councillor for the whole wards. First of all, I like to thank the community for South Africa, the good decision to take to elect democratic and proper. The decision for South Africa is the good decision that they make this table. It's the first time we meet this situation. So I like to thank the people for South Africa. And everyone, you know, if I said I thank for people for South Africa, you know why. Mara, I pass there. On the establishment of the Deputy Minister, for the establishment of local government, he indicated that establishment by Nelson Mandela, he jumped Jacob Zuma, he ran away to Ramaphosa, so I put Zuma in time because Zuma was also the president of ANC. Even now he's still ANC member while he's in MK. I pass there. Remember, now if you can check here, ne? I have 2 name tags. I work very hard in local government. Trust me, these 2 name tags is written on my name. I get there on the table. Minister Honorable Hlabisa, my angels, I tell you the truth, they work overtime on me. On upper limits, Honorable Minister, on upper limits gadget, please give us money. The administration abuse us. I can't tell you why, because I will be arrested here. Give us money on upper limits. Remember, on chief whips, as chief whip, we work very hard. We work with the whip of the majority party. The government passed to buy the car for the chief whips without us. He take the resolution together with us, but our salaries is still same. We must also implement on white ballot paper the salaries of chief whips. The chief whips of the other political parties, we work very hard. And I can't tell you why, but you'll understand. That issue for the director and the mayors was implemented in our municipality. Deputy Minister Masemola know very well what is happening. That director, they also engage us as political parties. We rejected because we will be like Tabazimbi. We're the one who reject to be part of the directors on that one. Remember, on upper limits for concurrency, in our municipality, the implementation, they just stand and write off the indigent for plus minus 4 million. Without any reason, the fellow councillor for the ruling party, they just raised their hand, seconded. Hey, you second for what? He just seconded because his MMC implement. On the upper limits, I indicate them properly. Okay, it's fine. Because you approve the indigent, let's approve this one. Remember, if we go to the upper limits, it's need for concurrency. I said, okay, because our upper limit is 1.7 million, let's approve like the indigent one because we just approved. They said yes, I said no, I'm joking, man. Thank you.
Thank you. We will be going to the middle there. And I'm seeing this table behind the minister, but we'll start with this one and that one and come here. And then I will spend much time. I'm coming. Don't worry. Don't worry. He will speak and I'll remove pressure from this corner. And I've seen the hands there. Please, let's go for it. I'm left-handed, that's why I'm looking this way. Yes, sir.
Thank you, MC. When I see us sipping the water, I feel so heartbroken. I could have brought you water from Hammanskraal. You'll ask that question, Nkosi yami. Basic needs are a human right, Minister. And it cannot be politicized to the extent that I heard that we have praised the double.
Can you introduce your party or the organization?
Okay, I was going to do that, but it's okay. Yes. It's Dr. PJ Langa, President of Eco Forum and SAYECTU. Okay. Basic needs are a human right and cannot be over-politicized. I heard us praising the white paper on local government, which, according to me, my analysis says it has produced and nurtured and conferred thuggery and mafiaism, and ultimately you have normalized it in this country. Small-time politicians who are mafias, hence we have political killing because of these white documents which are being depicted out of affiliation. We cannot afford to allow thuggery to be the order of no service delivery, where comrades are not even held accountable. AG, you are here today. You need to help us here. In Hammanskraal, a 2 billion worth tender given out there for sewage, which is only just, if not 10 steps from a household. For 50 years, people are actually being now sickened and diseased, with a silent killer that comes from those airbornes, and they are sourcing them by day. Children are having, sicknesses on their lungs and all of that. Here we sit here, we cannot actually now begin to see the things that are happening to the real people on the ground. 2 billion is given so people can build, a sewage just 10 steps from our door. Can you imagine? And children are dying daily and nobody's taking responsibility. Why? Because of your oversight. And this is what you need to help us with, AG. We need you to follow such in our community so that whatever that we are talking about here today can be practicalized. Now, government must adopt localization. It's important, especially local government. You are talking on review in depicting a document or maybe a material for a white document, that come from a green document, which is a problem, which is nationalization, privatization, all those demonic, diabolic ideologies that you are coming with from even the national party privatization propaganda that you are using at the local level. So you must descend and go to the people and make sure that you deliver according to the people through a right ideology of localization. It's very much important. I propose to assist municipalities with the technology of water. Whether you fight Israel or you fight Palestine, we want water. There is technology that the mayor who is not here now must adhere to this. And we take this technology and we want water. It's a basic necessity.
Thank you.
We don't want to ask. Can I ask again, sir?
Your time is up.
I'm going to ask like the gentleman asked.
Your time
Can I ask for
up.
just a few seconds?
How many seconds so that I time it?
Give me 25 seconds.
But
25 seconds was taken by a white man. It won't.
Let's not do that.
Okay.
We want many people to speak. 10 seconds, you finish your point.
Sir, I'm asking.
Yes.
20 seconds. Okay, you can't give me that.
You will do in writing if you can't finish in 4 minutes. That is still allowed.
We did it.
Yes.
We did it. But the problems are so much, Prof.
But we can't take...
We're taking time.
places.
Can I talk, Prof?
Yes. Please, 10
Can
seconds.
I talk?
Please, 10 seconds.
Prof, the problems you are talking about are very severe. I wonder how we all are hovering in our hoo. And the problems that I'm talking about now are actually in your very same communities. The other issue, which is the last one, can the local government allow a deposit of the early childhood development in our locations so that your municipalities can also involve them in their IDP, as the president has sovereignly repented before the nation of neglecting ECD for 30-something years.
Thank you. We are now on this table. Yes, I'm coming. If you can be straight to the point, no anecdotes, different experiences, you say problem 1, 2, 3, and that's it.
Yeah, thank you very much, Prof. And Norman Fanam Konza from the ACDP. I'm here with my Secretary General, Cheryl Jacobs, as well as my chair, who's not here, Mr. Raymond Tlaedi. We'll just focus on one point, Prof, and thanks very much to the AG and the Minister and the Deputy Minister for a comprehensive presentations. One, we focus on governance. We feel that stewardship is what is lacking in our country. Now, under stewardship, we say we need ethical leadership. Now, in the short term, we propose that for people to occupy the executive positions, they need a NQF level 7. And also the Section 79 chairpersons, as well as the Speaker of Council and the Chief Whip of Council. So we're saying in the short term, this can be achievable, because when we go to 2026, we make sure that those who occupy those positions, they've got NQF level 7, because we're looking at, if you go to the city of Johannesburg, it is difficult to get Section 71 reports because of the level of people we have in the admin that cannot even give us simple reports to be able to go through them. So the other one, we are happy that the PSC is being also recommended that they will deal with the Section 56 and CM appointments. And we also agree that all of us standing here or participating in here, we agree that every municipality must work for all of us, because when we are gone, people will be pointing fingers at us. So all of us, we have to work together. And for us to work together, we need to be matured. We need to be matured. And also, the mayor for the city of Joburg is not here. I think the scripture that the deputy minister quoted speak directly to the executive mayor, because we're asking ourselves, who's advising him by appointing a person who has collapsed infrastructure in the city of Joburg to be the CEO of a municipality? And debt management, we are going to debt management. We are saying it is unacceptable that we have state institutions owing municipalities. So we call this low-hanging fruits. So if, as municipalities, we were to, or maybe the white paper can speak to that, to say that there's no state organ that will owe municipalities. Once we deal with that, I think we'll be able to deal with this issue. And I think—
40 seconds.
Yeah, I think I'm done now.
Thank you very much for that. Now I turn this side.
Oh, sorry.
Which has been neglected. The time is over, and I'm sure somebody is going to speak to that. There is a person who has been waving hands there, as I'm going to now move this side, and we will be winding down, and I will be taking the rep here in front. There is no way I'm going to forget. I have seen you. Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My name is Kamala Thomas. I'm from ARA, African Restoration Alliance. And I want to thank you for this forum, firstly, for giving us the opportunity to meet on this platform since 1994. And I see a change since 1984 to now. I think this is an excellent opportunity where we all as South Africans can come and sit together and highlight such a paper today. We have decided that in light of this white paper, LG, there's plenty of things that are there, but I want to just highlight a few points. We support the Government Employment Agency, and in doing so, we want to ask the Minister, is there any measurements in place? Do you have KPIs set? Is there a monitoring and evaluation in place to evaluate and to monitor the legal framework? Because I heard the Deputy Minister says that there is actually no proper framework. So is there another paper that's going to come forward, or is there any policy in place, or do we just make our submissions to that? The other thing I want to also highlight is the AGS speaks about good governance in terms of financial statements, and obviously equate municipalities based on that. So if the financial status is good, then the municipality is good. But I want to highlight something that the other colleagues spoke about earlier, is also service delivery. So I would also like KPIs, and I would like to see KPIs and monitoring evaluations on that both level, and treat both the same. Just like how finance is supposed to be monitored and done, same in terms of service deliveries. And those two points has to be shown on a overall level on how a municipality is run. Because there's municipalities that are doing well financially, but not in service deliveries. And my third point that I want to actually pick up is, in terms of the MBD that is doing their rounds already, and they've started, closing up DCs in order to create metros, will that actually advance our democracy in the future, or will it bring our democracy down? Because in letting go of a DC and local municipalities and increasing an area into a metro means less councillors, and will that now decrease the work on the ground, or will that eventually become something better, because creating metros means more money coming into the municipality from the national coffers? Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much. We now have a tricky choice as I come to Uma Musmelane. We either want the minister to give responses to some of the pointed issues that were raised, because I was informed as early as this morning that at 3, he has to be somewhere, but I want the House to hear his voice. So if we were to compress in the next 15 minutes our responses, we have that chance. But if we say we let him go nonetheless, we do not want to hear what his take on this is. I'm at your service. Mama Smela.
Thank you very much. Igama uThembi kaSimelane, African National Congress. Solution 1, grading of small municipalities. I think 205, small and rural. Basis of infrastructure, on what are the deliverables that they need to do. Water can arrive if a municipality is graded 3. Small, even the budget doesn't amount to a size of pipes that they need to put. And that's what creates the backlog. 2, powers and functions of councils. There's nothing that we are going to do and intervene as Treasury or as a COGTA, a Minister, MEC, even AG. If the power still resides with council with no point of entry, even when you want to section 154 or 139. Because both of them are subjected to council and council still has to agree. It's just like asking a sick person, are you sick? I'm a doctor, yes. I think I'm not sick enough. Come back next year. That's what councils do. So you need to reduce that power. It's legislated, for example, in parliament. You can't be a leader in council of a party and still lead MPEC. That's why a party that leads in the National Assembly, SCOPA is led by another party. We need to legislate that. It's as simple as that. 4, we need to deal with the issues which talks to administration. Political parties, we are a problem. How many of our councillors meet the requirements if we have set them ourselves? Because we couldn't, then let's legislate that. The budget of all the 40%, 45% in cities and secondary cities, which makes it around 65%, needs to have a minimum threshold. Even in Africa, we seem to be the only country which doesn't do that. And that makes the infrastructure a problem. I've got a problem with municipal agencies. I mean, Sandlake will be the best in Bloemfontein providing electricity. Joburg water, everybody will be having water. It's an agent. We need a public service commission in local government. Put the question differently. What do we do in public service, under Public Service Act, if I don't appoint correctly? You, independently, go and deal with that. Agencies which are still going to be subjected to the very same council, pass their laws, pass their budget, and pass their everything. They have seen not to be able to administer what needs to be there. You also need to look into the mitigation. Our disaster is more related to response. Why do we have Weather Service Commission? It's because you need to be given early warning, plan appropriately, build, rebuild, start the infrastructure so that you don't become responsive all the time. If you deal with the municipal income, deal with the building, deal with the infrastructure, deal with the provision of an indigent versus the person who's unemployed in a municipality, then look if the assumption is still relevant. Council has got only 4 legal council or legislated council versus 18 special councils on average, which every municipality has. You know what does that mean? It means here is a board. It is only legislated to sit 4 times per year, and it sits 18 times per year. We then need to ask ourselves, what makes the difference of the entire sittings and why? It means there is a capacity problem at council level.
Thank you. Time up. I have these 2 hands, this one in this table.
Oh.
Yes. And I have pointed at you as I'm going there. Can we make it quick salvos now, even if you finish at 2 minutes? You won't be sentenced for being short.
Thank you very much, Program Director. I am not going to start where I wanted to start.
Introduction?
I am Delane Louis Tabete from Likwa Community Forum.
Okay, thank you.
The first thing I want to say, Program Director, is that the old Local Government Transition Act brought about the wall-to-wall municipalities. I think the rep before me spoke about that. What happened then to the grading of municipalities, because the wall-to-wall municipalities meant that municipalities were now becoming more responsible for even rural areas that previously, before the Transition Act, were the responsibilities of Regional Services Council. They then become part of municipalities with no funding. The other one, Chairperson, that I want to raise is the issue of the funding for local government. It's been happening, and we've been talking about this for a very long time, that local government is treated as a stepchild of the other spheres of government. We only receive what is left from the table, and we are saying local government is at the face of service delivery, but more budget goes to other spheres of government without coming to local government. That needs to be attended. The other one that I want to stress is the regulation of three most important things. The regulation of coalitions, for an example. We understand that municipalities that are in distress currently, that are dysfunctional, majority of them, the reason is because of council instability. And the only way to control or to regulate the instability is to regulate coalitions. The other one, Chairperson, that we spoke about, which I want to reiterate, is that we need to ensure that we enforce oversight at local government. You see, at provincial and national level, oversight is done properly and it's very effective, but you don't find the same at local government. It's only MPEC that is given the status of doing more oversight. What about the other Section 79 committees? The other one, Chairperson, which has to do with audit. We understand that we do the annual audit, but is it not better that perhaps we have this mini audits? I understand the importance of internal audit within the municipality, but is it not better that instead of the AG doing the annual audits, but we do either quarterly or mini audits, so that municipalities are prepared when they go for the annual audit, so that we can at least monitor the auditing. Over and above that, Chairperson, it's important that local government be treated the same way as the other spheres of government. Thank you.
Thank you very much for saving that 1 minute. And I have you, sir, who has been having a hand. I'm coming to you. But I have, if you can make it as fast as you can, you are giving others a chance. Yes.
Thank you so much, Prof. Zamantshona, with African Transformation Movement. We must say that as the ATM on the issue of recognition of African royalty, we are on board. It is a necessity. Issue of increased accountability, capable leadership for critical positions, transparency, better controls, and monitoring directorates capacitated to hold those in the wrong accountable, consequence management. The question around relevance of so many municipalities, districts, and even the awarding of a metro status to some of these metros is something that we need to look into. Risk assessment, very important. Management of sports and arts and culture facilities and arts funding throughout a ward-based model. We believe that in our quest to deal with issues of disillusioned youth and non-activities, that we have to look into. But I want to zoom to just one issue. The African Transformation Movement wants to emphasize on the need for a robust, equitable financial model that is tailored to deal with under-resourced municipalities, recognizing, amongst others, the positioning of the municipality. Where is this municipality located? The population size of this municipality, the local economic activity of this municipality. Because if we do not take into cognizance some of those issues, we're not going to be able to adequately deal or respond to the challenges that are faced by these municipalities, especially municipalities that are in the rural and the outskirts. We believe that if the funding model remains as is, we are actually perpetuating years of neglect that are going to surrender us into a state of despondency where we are not able to respond to the challenges of these people, of the people of this country. So this is why, for us, a holistic funding approach is essential to see to it that we take into cognizance the locality, the population size, the underdevelopment, issues around the activity of the local economy, even going to an extent where we have seen that the local economy in that particular environment has been taken over by our brothers and sisters from elsewhere. It must be returned to its rightful owners. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You don't know how much I am thanking those people who make a quick salvo. I'll take the two hands I've noted right there at the back.
I'm here, Chairperson. You are not doing justice to this side, really.
Let's see. You see the bias of a left-handed person.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Is there a way that this bright light, because to be honest, here and there, I don't see. I have to do a veranda like this to see you.
Yeah, no, please continue doing that, Chairperson. Thank you very much. Chairperson, I'm going to be very quick. I've got other issues have been covered, especially the issue of the road clarifications has been talked to a lot about many people. The issue of rural municipalities, mainly rural municipalities, with regard in relation to the issue of resources allocation that has been dealt with. The issue of the oversight, especially MPEGs, it is my view that not enough attention is being given to the MPEGs. As much as it has been given so much of a complex responsibility, but it's not capacitated enough. These MPEGs, I happen, oh, by the way, I'm Paratlano Mtlum from MAP 16, Civic Movement. I happen to be a councillor in Malutapofung, and I also happen to be in the MPEG committee. But one challenge that is there, the lack of capacity of the members of the MPEGs. I want to suggest that we need at least a minimum level of some criteria of people who should serve in the MPEG because of the kind of responsibility or challenges that that committee faces. At least at a minimum, things like financial literacy is important for that committee. The second one is the impact of foreign nationals on our infrastructure, on our services, the services that the municipality offers, is a critical thing that I think we need to look into. How do we, there are municipalities that are more prone to these issues of immigrants coming in numbers more than other areas. There's an issue about the financial misconduct disciplinary board. I think that committee is important. That board is important, but there is a problem in terms of role clarification. As much as the MFMA says council must appoint that board, but the problem becomes who actually initiate that process, especially between the speaker and the executive mayor. Sometimes it creates some problems there. I think those were the few issues that I need to raise.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And I'm going to that table now that has been the one you are next to.
Yes.
The gentleman, hey, now I was looking at this gentleman here first, the one who is standing up. Yes. Thanks very much, colleagues, for the light. I know I absorb light, but I didn't want this much light on me. So thank you very much. Yes.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me first introduce myself. Can the time start correctly then?
If we can do the time to start,
yes.
Please. Yes, there it is, but it doesn't mean you have to exhaust 4 minutes. Okay. You can do it in 1 minute.
No problem.
Yes.
I might do it in less than 1 minute. Or
Image, what's happening? I thought there was this gentleman that was speaking, and I was this one. Yes.
Oh.
Yes, I was looking at him and I was wondering what is happening. You are going to be noted very quickly, but please, we know you have 4 minutes, but you can do it in 1 minute.
Thanks very much, Honorable Chairperson. My name is Franz Kutu, the President of Moretele People's Party, MPP. We would like to see the white paper addressing the issue of the current dysfunctional infrastructure. For example, in Dr. J.S. Moroka, Ward 30 and Ward 24. In Ward 30, there is a yard connections that ceases to function since 2011. It was running during the TLCs, but since the fully fledged municipality runs, that project has stopped. I'm talking about running water system.
So what would you propose?
We would propose that the white paper fund more on the infrastructure, on the old infrastructure, because the municipality, the aim of the municipality mostly, they are looking at the new projects, but they forget about the current projects.
So
Now,
the maintenance issue.
Yes, the MPP would want to see maintenance because the IDP comes in and out every year, but the old systems, the infrastructure are not funded. In Ward 24, there is this dam, big dam, worth millions, if not billions, that is incomplete since 2018. Lastly, Honorable Chair, MPP would want to see the indigent people being assisted, especially when it comes to electricity issue. I can tell you now, as we speak, there is this, we tend to experience the load shedding. Now it is load reduction. When you ask why load reduction, ESCOM says to us is because most of the people are not buying electricity. But when you do your research, you can see that the majority are the indigent, which can afford to buy electricity. I thank you.
Thank you very much. The gentleman was already standing there so that he doesn't pray for all bad things in my direction. So please, you were already standing. If you can go straight.
Okay, thank you.
Not for all 4 minutes if you are considerate to the remaining hands.
No,
Yes.
no problem, sir. I'm Kenneth Mafero from Sameba. I just want to highlight some points there. In traditional leaders or traditional councils, let them be considered or given powers to develop their communities and be given a budget to do so. And then in the rural municipalities, if ever possible, let it be that the grading is turned upside down, because you cannot give somebody a large of money that is already developed, and then the one that is not yet developed, give him or her the small money and say that you must be like the one that I've given the lot of money, if ever considered. And then the third thing, the municipalities must give them a power to establish municipal companies so that they be able to generate the income themselves and then promote more employment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Oh, I love you for just giving me. I'm giving to this lady now, the one who has been raising her hand. And I'm coming as we are winding. If you just make a quick salvo on proposals, don't even remind us of the case study that you are dealing with. Just proposals.
Chairperson. Chairperson, I can Joyce Hlapo from Aula, the Hlabe Municipality, Bethlehem, All Unemployment Labor Alliance. Chairperson, ons Aula, ons wel eintlik bysit, ons councillors, ons het nie die huise nie, ons community segel baie die plek om te bly, and then Ons vra ook asseblief, ons kan maar bysit, die councillors. Ons werk net 5 jare, maar ons loop sonder niks. Ons het nie JF nie, ons het nie pension fund nie, die councillors het niks. Ernstig, hulle het niks. Die ander mense, hulle maak die term klaar sonder die huise te kry, sonder fokol. Excuse, jammer. Hulle maak die...
I know that others only understand fokor. Let's finish.
Ernstig, hulle maak die term klaar, maar hulle het nie die plek om te bly nie, om die kinders saam te bly. Paar van die councillors, die tyd wat ek as 'n councillor is, hulle gaan dood, hulle los die kind by sy familie oral. Asseblief, Chairperson, ons vra ook, ons oppositions, ons vra asseblief ook die youth, want ons het nie die youth nie soos die ander parties nie. Ons moet die youth kry soos die ander party, ons moet net vorentoe gaan. Baie dankie.
Dankie, Mevrouw. So the issue of councillors and their remuneration, especially at the point of the termination of their term and etc. I know the scribes are doing the justice they are doing. I'll take you as I come to this gentleman. I know. I wish I was Oprah Winfrey and say you and you and you and you. I can't. Because of the time and also each one has to speak, but don't feel bad if not everybody has spoken. Because I've counted here, this is the number of parties that have spoken and it is over 20. And we will still give you a chance to write into website, into submission, that which you have. So don't feel bad that you took a taxi or you flew in, you say, I didn't say anything. Every meeting we don't all speak and have our points across, but a fair representation. Who is raising on a point that has not been raised at all to say this point, if you talk salary, resources, education, I'll say, can we stop there? As I come to you, ma'am. If we bring the mic as fast as the seconds.
Chair, Program Director.
No, I'm coming to you, sir. Okay. One of these sessions are meant to test our patience, to say how do we do and deal with frustrations at times until your time comes. Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Good morning. My name is Selma Kok. I'm from Aron, and we are from that municipality whose name was not mentioned today. We're independent. I just want to say we need to focus on our ward committees. Our ward committees are, I don't want to say hijacked, but that's what I'm going to say. But we need to look at the input coming from our ward committees, or the input that's not coming, and we must empower our communities to have a say. We are so egotistical in our political ideology that we sell them short, that we do not recognize them. The power is in our communities. Those are the people we're working for, and we need to take them with in this white paper. Thank you.
Thank you very much for saving us so much time. You, sir.
Thank you very much, Program Director, at last. Dr. B.S. Ramosie, the leader of ISANCO, Independent South African National Civic Organization. Program Director, the undisputed fact or uncontroverted one is the fact that South Africa is one of the best countries when it comes to production of policies. But where our problem is when it comes to monitoring and accountability. That's whereby we are failing as a country. We can sit here for the whole year, making policies, making papers, but the problem is that those policies are not going to implement themselves at those local municipalities. And that is where the challenge is, and we are not speaking about that. And honestly speaking, Program Director, if we can look at the status of our municipalities, our problems there derives from what I have just raised: accountability and monitoring. That is why local government has become the port of corruption. If you want to see the corruption taking place, you must go to the local government. And that is where the most of corruption is taking place, mainly because we are not making our own people accountable to the funds of our people. We can
implementation and accountability. Thank you.
I'm not yet done, Chair.
Oh.
You are unfair to me.
No,
You are becoming unfair, Chair.
In fact,
And you are consuming on my minutes.
No, I'll be fair to you as long as I'm going to close others out because we have 3 minutes remaining. Yes.
Yes. So the second one, Chair, relates to the number of municipalities, of which is an issue that you have raised. One fundamental question that we must ask ourselves is the role and the responsibilities assigned to the district municipalities. That is the fundamental question that we must ask ourselves. What is the role of the district municipalities? Because if you are aware, district municipalities are not direct service delivery providers to our communities. Are we not wasting resources on those kind of platforms called district municipalities or not? The third one, but not listed, the issue of the numbers again there, of the municipalities. I think determination of the number of municipalities must mainly be based on economical or economic viability and sustainability of the municipality. Because we have municipalities whereby they can't even collect their revenue. Then it becomes difficult for such municipalities to provide services. So determination in terms of the municipality should mainly rely on the economic viability of the municipality. If that municipality is a distress in terms of the economy, why should we make it a municipality?
Thank you. Can
I'm not done, but I will just come and give.
The time is over. Can I apologize that we take a decision? We stop now so that we allow for Minister to respond to some of the issues, or we allow him to leave and hope to check with the officials as to what his response could have been. You have 1 minute. And then thereafter, I will go to each one of you. I know people who have been pleading to speak, to apologize profusely. No meeting I've ever attended, everybody has ever spoken fully, but I do know that when they say there is an opening to submit further, you'll still have that opportunity.
Okay. Thank you very much, Program Director. I'm not going to waste your time. My name is Mwafrika Mudiba. I'm from the APC, African People's Convention. I've got only 3 points that I want to state. The one will be ward-based budgeting. We as the APC, we think that each ward can be given an equal amount from the municipal budget annually. This will ensure that people decide on their development priorities and are guaranteed a budget every year. At least 20% of the budget be shared equally among the wards in a municipality. Then the second one will be social audit. Whenever a project is completed, the officials and the contractor must meet the recipient, which is the community, to evaluate implementation of the said project. The community will have the opportunity to critique an aspect of the project implementation. This empowers communities as active participants in their development and also help government to identify weaknesses in their project management. It will end the corrupt practices and abandoning project unfinished while the corrupt pocket the money. Two-tier system, number 3, two-tier system of government. The APC calls for a two-tier system versus national and local government. Only provincial and district government are unnecessary, serve no strategic purpose and a waste of money. Yes, it requires a constitutional amendment. That is exactly what must happen. Also, many municipalities must be merged as some are too small to deliver service delivery and development. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Oh, the gentleman is gone there. There is one who was at the back. He's gone. No, he was somewhere there. You moved. Can you take 1 minute then I finish with this one?
Yeah, thank you. I moved side by side because I want you to see me. Yeah. Thanks a lot, Chair. Chair, we are speaking to Templeton Zamegile Pato. I'm the president of the Civic Independent, CI. Coming all the way from Eastern Cape, OR Tambo in Port St. John's. Chair, I want to just talk about the wrongdoings that are happening down there in our municipalities. Because, for instance, if you take the consultants, you know, our municipalities are using consultants, whereas they are engineers who are employed to do the job, but they are consultants on top to spend more money. So that is where kickbacks are coming from. And the other things is that there is this thing of a province. The province must be moved out. National and the local government, at least the local sphere, must be the one, because the money is just wasted in the province for nothing, or for some people to be just having money there. My sister, I think there will be no clean audit in the municipalities, particularly those small municipalities. You know why? Because we are taking people who are not capable to do their job to be the mayors. You can't oversight the Section 56 management if you are not well educated. That's a problem we are having down there, where the people who are less educated are meant to oversight the educated people. And even the wrong politically used to the CFOs, because CFOs are having qualified opinions and disclaimers because of consecutively because of the what you call wrongdoings being done politically. So that is another problem. And this thing of MPEC, Chair, MPEC people wants to be the referees and the players. You can't say you can oversight a person, the party that has deployed you to be there. This is what is happening in our local municipalities. So that is why there are a lot of wrongdoings that are happening. In that case, some other things has been said by the leaders there, here. So I'm not going to be bothering them. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson. I'll just sponsor 3 proposals. I'm Weke Tsilibesa from the COGTA Party. Okay. I've heard speaker after speaker talking about funding models which promotes over-reliance on grants. So I want to sponsor a proposal that will reduce over-reliance on grants. One, all municipalities, it should be mandatory for all municipalities to join the credit bureaus or ITC in order to track down people who do not want to pay the municipalities while they afford. For instance, any person who apply for an indigent status must be searched through the credit bureau, because we'll find a principal retiring this year. Next year, he registers as an indigent. Secondly, on the issue of MPEC, in order to strengthen oversight, I agree with Minister Simelane and other speakers that MPEC chairpersons must come from opposition parties. On the issue of traditional leaders, that one is really serious. In order to strengthen the integration of traditional leaders in the municipal council. In our municipality of Maludapofu, we do have representation of traditional leaders. But they attend meetings, they sit there, they eat and go. So we want them to be afforded direct representation, including voting, in order to take decisions on matters that affect their subject. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. How kind of you, good people, to understand that nothing is infinite and that you'll still be given a chance, an email will be given, what you submit. And your discipline is amazing. As I now move on to call, here it's inverted, there is vote of thanks, then closing remarks. It should be the other way around. Otherwise, closing remarks will be unthanked. So it is very much important that we get most of the things we've been directing to the minister. And it is in our collective interest to say, Minister, it's your time to respond. And one last question is from the speakers. 31 years into our democracy with all kinds of scholarships, what is the justification of not having minimum qualification requirements for those who are counselors? Free education, scholarships. If you are immune to education, how would you oversight water engineering, civil engineering, or should you be exempted from committees that deal with complexity? Over to you, Minister.
Thank you very much, Professor Fikeni. Colleagues, I will do both items, the vote of thanks and the response. In the absence of the Deputy Minister, we had indicated that we will finish at 2 o'clock. And we know some of you have made their arrangements in terms of the time when it comes to departure. Firstly, as we said it in the beginning, this was an opportunity to trigger the engagement. So that has been done. The points that you have raised are our takeaways as COGTA. But we are still looking forward to those who would want to make substantive contributions. But I want to address these few points. There is a need for the review of the white paper of 1998, because it is 27 years old. One, it doesn't say anything about the funding model. So this opportunity, therefore, the need across all speakers, we agree the funding of all three spheres of government should be treated the same. That will be the beginning of a change. If we expect local municipalities to perform, but we say it's fine, you can less fund them, it's a contradiction. Now, the white paper must talk explicitly on the issue of funding, which must be inclusive. One, it must deal with the councillors' remuneration. From the time when they are councillors up to the time when they exit. Like MPs, even if you are there for 5 years, the funding model of the remuneration takes into account the time being an MP and the time when you exit. And the MPLs, so now this is one thing which is very clear across all responses. The issue of senior managers' professionalization is also not spelled out clearly in the 1998 white paper. That is why, therefore, this review must find an expression that if you want to make the local government sphere efficient and effective, introduce the recruitment process that will be done through professional standards to ensure that you get competent people. And when it is time to dismiss a person, it just doesn't become a council resolution, which in some cases is being abused. There are so many people who are casualties of power abuse simply because the majority of councillors did no longer want that person to be an MM. They will create a charge and get rid of him or her. Now, this is a second thing which makes the importance of this review, that our technical team must find an expression that is going to introduce a process that will ensure that once officials have been employed, their behavior must be a professional behavior. Because some might say, I was not employed by the council, and start to behave in a way that is not acceptable. But there must be a mechanism as to how the council must put evidence when it comes to a time when an official is no longer performing what he or she is employed to do. Thirdly, the issue of minimum standards. I'm sure in your other capacity, Professor Fikeni, you can assist here. Because we need to lift up the argument. What are minimum standards for members of parliament at a provincial and national government level? Because all three are called public representatives. We therefore need to scale up the concept of minimum requirements, so that on positions of mayors, positions of speakers, deputy mayors, we have people with competence. It is good that when you go to a provincial level, people with competencies are deployed according to their competencies. But at a local government space, you have limited number of people. If you did not make the entry requirements, you will end up sitting with people who really don't have what is necessary to execute these positions. I think the white paper must find a way of expressing that as from 2031, because colleagues, some of these recommendations will not be applicable next year, because you need to go a process in order to ensure that you meet the deadlines. But some of them can be introduced when we go to elections next year. What became clear out of this engagement on the side of government is the lack of consequence management. I want to assure you, colleagues, I know political parties that will start complaining are bigger parties who govern municipalities. I'm in a process of wanting to confront municipalities that adopt unfunded budgets. It's going to be a very controversial issue, but it boils down to consequence management. Now, I think out of the discussion as government, Minister Smelane, he comes from wearing another hat. God, she cannot divorce herself from being government, because her ears have heard that people are saying, you will keep on making policies, but you are lacking on consequence management. It's a point we are taking away that one, because we really want to make our government systems from local to national functional. The issue of grading of municipalities, as well as attending the question of powers and function, it's a takeaway that we need to engage this one, and our technical team are going to concentrate on this aspect to ensure that powers and functions between district municipalities and local municipalities are clearly separated, and municipalities are graded accordingly in terms of the functions allocated to them. Safety and security of councillors, not only councillors only. You are aware, colleagues, 3 weeks ago, a member of the National Assembly was shot dead. So now, the question of the protection of public representatives is a matter which we need to address vehemently as a government across all spheres. But we do know traditional leaders and izinduna and councillors have been the main targets there must be a way of how the local government sphere, as well as the national government, come on board on the issue of safety and security. There is a very important point that was raised by one colleague, the funding of smaller parties. I'm sure Dr. Naidu, from a technical point of view, if the government is able to fund political parties at a national level, I'm sure on the basis of a certain threshold, because it can't be willy-nilly, you can fund any political party. There should be a threshold that when a party qualifies for funding in order to deepen and strengthen democracy, because I noted that the majority of political parties present today, they are at a local government space. Now, to ensure that you strengthen and deepen democracy there, we will have to visit how can you give funding as it is done to bigger parties, and what should be the threshold. MPEC, transparency in terms of meetings, it's a point taken that the white paper must look at that one so that it is made open to the public. Now, colleagues, on the question of qualifications for people who are chairpersons of MPEC, because it goes, I heard my brother talking about chief whips, that they are doing a lot of job. We will need to arrive at a certain kind of regulation. Start addressing the question of councillors' remuneration. That will automatically address the office bearers. Because once you have addressed the question of councillors, there will be a different category for chief whips, MPEC chair, EXCO members, as the standard is now. But the point is currently the remuneration of councillors is not what should be given to people who must perform maximally and make the local government sphere effective. Babfikeni, on the question of performance contracts, I responded when I was asked, I have no problem in terms of making performance contracts of ministers a public document. And we will convey to the president that in the interest of transparency and in the interest of accountability, the performance contract of public representatives should be known by people so that they can be able to gauge whether are they doing or not what they're supposed to do. On that one, there is just no problem why it should not be transparent, including MECs at provincial level, and we will need to look at the position of mayors, that to whom they account, because there must be someone with whom they sign their performance contract, because unfortunately, they only account to their political parties. It is better for MECs, there is premier, for ministers, there is president within the government sector. But I wanted to drive straight on the issue of transparency on performance contracts. There is literally no challenge, and there shouldn't be a challenge in making it known. the role of traditional and Khoisan leaders. Her Royal Highness, the white paper, this is what we did. We engaged the National House of Traditional and Khoisan leaders. And they are in the process of engaging all 9 provincial houses of traditional and Khoisan leaders in order to make submissions before the end of this month as to what is their view when it comes to a white paper review in addressing the issues of our traditional and Khoisan leaders. But above that, last year, the King's Forum of South Africa's Majesties was formally established, where our kings and queens, who are reigning queens, should be part of that structure. Well, we know in some other royal families there will be disputes, which is another matter. And as COGTA, which we are saying, we want to get into the process of proper documentation of the family tree of every royal house in order to deal with the disputes that we see on succession issues. Then is another matter, that one. But the issue regarding their majesties, the King's Forum is on board in terms of contributing on the white paper review. But we will accept, Your Royal Highness, the contributions that you can make even at your personal capacity. Because now you are aware that here is a process. You might not have an access in the forum, but there is a formally constituted body. With regards to Queens, this year, the South African Queen's Council was established through COGTA initiative, where all the queens of the reigning kings, they meet under this structure and express issues of concern and also relate them to government. So now, if there might be any shortfall, we will gladly accept your contributions, Her Royal Highness, when it comes to issues of royalty. Powers and functions of our traditional institutions. I hope, colleagues, you are all aware that the Constitutional Court gave an extension to the Traditional and Khoisan Act, which was due to expire on the 29th of May, and gave an extension of 2 years to 27 May 2027. Now, we are going to be in a process of championing the National Traditional Khoisan Leaders Amendment Bill, which is on the table, which will address the issues of powers and functions, and eventually we will find a way of arriving to Chapter 12 of the Constitution. Because what is good, I know there is a component here which are the champions of traditional and Khoisan leaders. What is good now, across all political parties in parliament at a national level, there is consensus that something must be done to address the issues of powers and functions of traditional and Khoisan leaders. And this is the opportunity that we must use instead of blaming the past, because we can't change the past, but the future is not yet written. It is only upon us to initiate processes that must influence Chapter 12 of the Constitution in order to deal with the matter of our traditional and Khoisan leaders. Other points, Honorable Professor Fikeni, are takeaways. What we will do in September, we are going to have a summit or Indaba on local government. We will open a space to engage and refine before a final product. But next year, this process must be concluded in March 2026. In January, February, we will also call this engagement with political parties to say, out of the process of engaging key stakeholders, you remain the players when it comes to councillors. This is what we have gathered, because we wouldn't want to have something that will meet opposition once we say it is concluded. But we will want to find a common ground with political parties in the interest of making the local government more viable, efficient, and deliver services. And that information should be based on the interaction with all key stakeholders, but at most, political parties, because the truth, 257 municipalities are led by political parties. So now, political parties eventually play a key role in terms of the constitution of local government sphere and the efficiency in terms of the local government. I therefore want to take this opportunity also to thank you, colleagues. The spirit. This is a combination of political parties. We differ vehemently in views, but we're able to understand that we are here to reshape the local government space. As Dr. Masimula said, if you can go to other countries, this meeting would not have made progress from the morning up to now. I therefore want to thank you for your maturity. This is one thing we must thank in South Africa, the level of maturity of our political system, where there is no interest of scoring goals, where there is only one interest to advance the argument to take our country forward. Convey our gratitude to those who are not leaders of their political parties, to your principals, for assigning you to be part of this engagement with the sole aim of making the local government space work. I want to thank you, Prof. Fikeni. When we did a launch, you were part of us. You did the facilitation. Again today, you have done the same. I'm sure when you go back, Prof. Figeni, even on the position where you are placed, you need to ask a question beyond us asking you that what contribution must you make on these issues? I know at one stage you went to a greater extent on issues of traditional and Khoisan leaders. It is time that that argument is brought back so that we close it in a proper manner. Thank you very much for your time, your facilitation. It has made us to this far. I want to thank our technical team, Dr. Naidu, and all the staff, our technical team on the review of the white paper. Thank you very much for all your efforts. I know sometimes members of the staff slept only in the morning, wanted to tick everything that is everything okay. And when I arrived here at 7 o'clock, you were long in this venue to ensure that while nobody has arrived, everything is intact. Thank you very much, colleagues, for the work that you have done in the interest of taking our country forward. I thank you, delegates. Lastly, let me thank the media. You are doing a wonderful job to make the nation know what is happening in our country. Keep the good work, being transparent, and convey the information as it is. I know there are hard facts which were said by people here. You will convey them as they are. We really don't mind, because that is what you must do to allow the public to assess on their own once they have listened. But above all, thank you very much that when you have been invited, you grace the event, you ensure that you cover the event up to the end, and thereafter make the public know as to what is developing in our country. When colleagues going back to your respective families, may God be with you, be safe until you reach your families and continue with your respective works. As we come from different provinces, some of you are going to be traveling long distances, while some come from within the province. May God be with you in your journey. I want to thank Dr. Masimula as a dedicated person on the functionality of municipalities, the contribution that our municipalities give to him on behalf of the ministry. Thank you very much, Tao, for your contribution. In absentia, the Deputy Minister, Prince Barnes Ngamashe, who is dedicated to deal with traditional affairs in the department, because the issue of our traditional leaders has a stronger champions than both of us, myself and Masimula, in the person of Prince Barnes Ngamashe. Have a safe journey. You can conclude accordingly, Babu Figeni. I've done the vote of thanks too. Thank you very much.
Who will thank the thanker? I'm just going to make this announcement. First, you've been such a wonderful audience. It's never going to be easy when you bring so many role players who all would want to get their expression. If any mistakes along the way were made, please don't keep them in your heart. Forgive those who might have made the mistakes. The last one It's an announcement, but the takeaway of two things. The first one, as a country that is notorious for plans, policies, we must implement. Fulfill thy promise, Liza Lisitinga Lako. Number two, as Minister was saying, we tend to be very harsh on ourselves at times, but we compare with other nations. For example, coalition was arranged in 14 days. In many countries in Europe, it takes 6 months, and in Belgium, it took 352 days. They were just disagreeing. In Netherlands, coalition has just collapsed. So we sometimes, in other countries, you want to charge a president of the country or a prime minister, they are prepared to change the whole country rather than do that. But in South Africa, we do those things. But what is left now for us, how do we translate this into development? Outside, there will be meals. Thank you very much, as Minister has already thanked you. It was a wonderful journey, but it's still a long journey ahead. Thank you.